Just like that. That's
One, two, three, four, five.
Thank you very much.
2 minutes, members. We'll start in a couple of minutes. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to today's full council meeting. I'm just going to read out the protocol for sort of Buckland as we're here again. No fire alarm is planned. Should the fire alarm sound, please leave the room and meet by the stand at the far end of the car park. Please raise your hand if you wish to speak, and a boom microphone will be brought over to you. If you don't speak into the microphone, you'll not be heard on the live stream otherwise. Please remain seated. Keep the points short, as I ask members not to repeat points that have already been raised. Voting will be by show of hands, and should the meeting be adjourned, any filming must cease unless the express permission from those being filmed has been obtained. During any adjournment, I would ask that members and the public and officers please leave the room until the meeting reconvenes. So we'll move to item 1 next, please. Sarah, if you'd be kind enough to read out the apologies for absence, we'll go from there.
Councillor Haynes, Councillor Gordon-Hook, Councillor Nuttall, Councillor Jenks, Councillor Parker-Khan, Councillor Peart and Councillor Swain.
Thank you very much, Sarah, for that. And as you see, Charles, our chairman, isn't with us today, hence you find me in the chair. So that's the reason I'm here. Right, we move to minutes. Item 2 is minutes. I'm looking to looking towards the leader to propose the minutes of the last meeting, seconded by the Deputy Leader, Councillor Alistair Dewhurst. Can I have a show of hands, please, that the minutes are agreed? Are there anybody against that? Any abstentions to the minutes? There's 3 abstentions. Thank you very much. That's noted. So that's 4 abstentions. 4 abstentions. I beg your pardon. I didn't see the 4th hand. Right. So the minutes are approved. Thank you very much. Now we move to item 3, announcements. Right, announcements. The 6 weeks major makeover of the award-winning children play area at the Den in Timoth has been completed on schedule in time for the school summer holidays and incorporates a range of new equipment and facilities, and many of the features are accessible for children with sensory, physical or learning disabilities. Refurbishment works are also underway at the Broadmeadows Sports Centre following an officer decision to use £113,384 of S106 money to provide upgrades to the sports hall and the first floor mezzanine studio. The works will be carried out off the back of the roof replacement works to prevent further disruption to the site. The sports hall will be fitted with a new multi-sport sprung floor system, and the mezzanine studio will be enlarged through the removal of storerooms and will be fitted with a new sports floor covering. We anticipate the completion of works in mid-August, and we'll plan a phased return to normal operation across the site. As Vice Chair, I've attended quite a few events in the absence of the Chairman. She's having a holiday. I went to the raising of the flag on Armed Forces Day at Teignbridge House, very nice event. Much of the Falklands was talked about, as you can imagine, at that event, so that went off very well. The next event I attended was Lammas Fair in Exeter, where things got back to normal with a big parade, a lot of ceremony, and the public, I think, enjoyed it very much. There was a huge fair on the green up at in front of the cathedral there, and it was great to be part of it, representing Teignbridge, duly booted and suited like all the dignitaries. The next event I attended, and I think it's a great credit to the area, is the success of Teignbridge Propellers in their new premises at Great Western Way off Ford Road. They're manufacturing propellers for all over the world, employing over 100 people down there in very nice offices indeed. It's a self-grown company. They've grown steadily over the years. And the Princess Royal flew in, and my wife and I shook her hands on behalf of Teignbridge, and she said to me something like, "I expect you've been here many times." So obviously they'd done their background checks to make sure that I was up to the mark. So we'll leave it at that. But it was a wonderful occasion. She was presented with a small bronze propeller. Our house must be full of knickknacks and what have you. So that was good. And finally, and I've just talked about it, I got there with seconds to spare because it was last minute. I attended the opening of the Den Play Park, and we received a wonderful crowd who were queuing up. They all had to sign declarations to allow their kids to be photographed if they wanted or not. And there was a huge crowd that went into the play park. So this has gone down very well, and it's a credit to Teignbridge, this new refurbishment. So that concludes my events that I've attended on behalf of the council. I'll just finish by going on to say we'll have a 10-minute comfort break, hopefully at around 11:20, and looks like a lunch break at 12:45 if that's required, and we haven't finished the meeting. And now I hand over to the leader, Alan Connett. He's got an announcement as well to make. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman. Just two announcements. One in relation to virtual meetings. Colleagues may recall I was requested by Council to write to Secretary of State Michael Gove on the issue of the ability of local councils to continue with virtual meetings. I have received a reply from Kemi Badenoch MP, Minister of State, well, at the time of the reply, and have asked that the reply is I have asked that the reply is published in the members' newsletter this week. But in essence, the reply says the government is now considering responses to its call for evidence, which closed on the 17th of June 2021. And the next matter is in relation to the cost of living crisis, and obviously the cost of living crisis affects people everyone in Teignbridge. I've asked that Councillor Martin Wrigley to lead on the Council's response and have amended his executive role to Homes, Communities and Cost of Living. Councillor Wrigley will lead on marshalling the Council's current support, work with the voluntary sector and others to see what more can be done to assist and support residents. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you very much, Alan. So that concludes item 3, announcements. We move on to item 4, declarations of interest. May I just remind members to consider any interest they may have, and if they wish to discuss any interest they've had with the monitoring officer, we can have a very short adjournment for that to happen. So let's see how it goes. Declaration of interest. If you'd like to put your hands up. Thank you. Councillor Adrian Patch.
Thank you, Chair. I have 3 declarations of interest of relevance to items on the agenda today. The first concerns the fact that I am at the moment preparing a claim in the European Court of Human Rights regarding events in the Standards case fiasco that I've been subjected to. I raise this as an interest since this is something that might well have significant financial consequences for this council. Secondly, I should declare the fact that this morning I sent a complaint to Devon and Cornwall Police regarding ongoing, systematic and coordinated misconduct in public office and conspiracy to conduct misconduct in public office by parties at this council in association with my Standards case. Thirdly, I would like to report that I'd like to declare an interest that I've set up a public information Facebook page, Teignbridge Rotten Borough, for members of this community who would like to gain an insight into the workings of this council, certainly over the last 2 years. Thank you.
Well, I'm not sure whether they were actually declarations of interest, but you have made your point. Thank you. Councillor Richard Dawes.
Thank you. Yes, I'd like to declare an interest for one of the notices of motion that comes forward later, that I'm now a founding member of a community benefit society that's been registered by the Financial Conduct Authority called the Alexandra Theatre Newton Abbot, which is a charitable community benefit society. I don't propose to take any remuneration from the society, and none of my children are in business with people who stand to earn millions of pounds out of any decisions that are made relating to the theatre. So I do propose to engage, but I thought it was only proper for me to declare that interest. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Richard Dawes. Are there any other declarations of interest? Whoops. Right, we can move on to the next item on the agenda, which is going to be easy because it's item 5, public questions. There are none. So that makes that pretty easy, doesn't it? So we move straight away then to item 6, which is the Shared Prosperity Fund. All right, the Executive Member for Economy and Jobs is going to propose this item. So over to that person, which is Nina. Councillor Nina Jeffrey.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. I'm seeking approval of the recommended interventions set out in Section 3 of the report. The UK Shared Prosperity Fund is a successor to the EU Structural Fund, established to build pride in places and increase life chances across the UK. 1.64 million has been allocated to Teignbridge to be spent by March 2025. We need to submit an investment plan by the 1st of August, which is next Monday. The main themes of the plan need to be supporting local business, community in place, people and skills, the expenditure on which is only due for 2024 and 2025. Since the fund was announced in spring, officers have been working with other local authorities, businesses, community representatives and service providers to draw up the recommended interventions that are presented in today's report. This included various stakeholder workshops held over the past couple of months. A councillor oversight group was established, composed of the Executive Member for Homes and Communities, the Executive Member for Corporate Services, and the 2 Overview and Scrutiny Committee chairs. The key interventions that have been considered are laid out in Appendices 1 and 2 with illustrative costs. Section 3 of the report summarises the recommended interventions, which are a green business grant backed by independent carbon assessment advice, a programme of education and advice focused on preventing violence against women and young girls, business support and training focused on promoting clean growth and diversity across our business community, promotion of our town centre, outdoor markets and travel to our centres, grants supporting wider participation in the arts. Whilst the 5 main areas of focus have been identified, the manner in which individual projects and grant schemes will operate and who will deliver them has yet to be designed and procured. Engagement and community will underpin these proposals. Once the investment plan has been submitted, officers will undertake further work on the scheme development and briefs for support from expert advisors, in consultation with myself and the Executive Member for Homes and Communities, so that they're ready to be implemented when the investment plan is approved. Colleagues will note that several worthy interventions have not been recommended for inclusion in the investment plan. The rationale for this links to there being limited funds available and being mindful that the Council have limited resources. These projects include the coastal contribution, which the Councillor Oversight Group felt might be difficult to explain to Government and could have significant resource implications. It's recommended to delegate authority to the Head of Place and Commercial Services in consultation with myself and Councillor Wrigley as the Executive Member for Homes and Communities to submit an investment plan to Government that reflects the recommended priorities and then go on to implement that plan. The Government is expected to make decisions on whether investment plans are approved by October this year and says it will support local authorities where further work is needed before the investment plan can be approved. It is hoped that won't be necessary and we'll be able to move our priority interventions forward without delay. I'd like to thank our officer group and colleagues for their work on this proposal to date, which seeks to address the economic needs but also recognises the importance of arts and culture to our Teignbridge communities. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Is somebody going to second it at this stage or before debate?
I'll second it.
You'll second it. Thank you very much. We'll come to you now. We'll come to you now.
Oh, thank you very much. Yes, so this is a comment for the Exec Member, Lib Dem, Councillor Nina Jeffries, about violence and the urgent need to address violence in our community. Does she think that the Council and this Lib Dem leadership should get its own house in order and make a clear declaration of zero tolerance to acts of physical aggression in the Chamber? And I refer, of course, to the events of September the 20th, 2021, which led to Councillor Gary Taylor being found by the Lib Dems to have brought the party into disrepute, his party, by his physical actions towards Councillor Malone. We have to lead from the front. We cannot expect our communities to reject violence if we fail to do so in this actual room. Thank you.
And who would you like to direct that at? The portfolio holder?
Yes, sorry.
Over to you, Nina, if you'd like to respond. Or
I understand that was a comment, but as far as I'm aware, the information that's in this report is for the whole Council to agree what the best priorities are to take forward, and that's come out of the community's needs, not necessarily what happens in Council.
But that's not an answer to my question. It's about leading from the front. It's not an answer to my question because it's about leading to the front and being clear that we all in here condemn acts of physical violence in this chamber, and that hasn't happened.
Well, yeah, the solicitor just whispered to me what I suspected. I don't quite see what this has got to do with the agenda item, but you've made your comment, and
I can explain what it's got to do.
Well, very briefly.
The reason why it's connected to this agenda item is because we are the leaders of our community, and it's important that we actually can't get accused of hypocrisy. You know, if we're condoning, and even in Councillor Connett's case, going to the press praising acts of physical altercations, then we need to sort out our message. I mean, it's ridiculous. We've got to condemn violence. Why is it so hard for us in here to say we condemn acts of physical violence in this very room? Why is that so hard? I condemn it. Anyone else want to?
Well, Councillor Alan Connett is indicating to me he'd like to try and answer your question, so we'll have him to speak if we may. Thank you. Alan.
Chairman, thank you very much. These matters to which Councillor Eden refers have been dealt with outside and inside the council. This is about the UK Shared Prosperity Fund, it's about investment in Teignbridge, it's about supporting our communities. I think actually our comments need to focus on the business in hand and not about other matters which can be dealt with elsewhere. Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, I think in fairness, you've made your point. We'll leave it at that. Okay. So if we can move on to this for a genuine debate on this item before we vote on it. I mean, it did interest me as chairman. You know, the report did here. I think it's only 1 in 5 here haven't got a car in Teignbridge. So it was very interesting to, to read these reports and see the information in them. Councillor McGregor, you'd like to speak.
Thank you, Chair. A question for Councillor Jeff. Well, actually, 2 questions for Councillor Jeffries. Councillor Jeffries mentioned that this was a replacement for an EU fund, which obviously would have been formally available before Brexit. Is there any indication of the level of funding compared to what would have been available previously under the EU scheme? And also, in terms of the... actually, no, I'll forget the second one just now. If I could have an answer to the first one, that would be great. Thank you.
Councillor Martin Wrigley, you're going to try and answer that.
Thank you, Chair. This is something I've been looking into. I was asked the question. It would appear that whilst many of the European funds are difficult to demonstrate across the place, there was a fund that was paid to Devon for supporting businesses that was £120 million over 6 years, which equates to about £50 million over a similar 3-year period. But that was spread across Devon and Torbay and Somerset. When you add up the different districts, each one's getting about 1 or 1.4, or in our case 1.6 million. It looks like it's about 2/3 or a half there or thereabouts of what was coming from Europe. So it is well under the money that was coming directly from Europe, let alone the other more significant funds. And you just have to look at Cornwall to see that they're getting something like 1/10 under these schemes as they were for the European funds.
Right, thank you very much.
If I may just go on to having answered that question, whilst I'm talking, if I can just say the bits and pieces. I think what we've done is looked at a number of different projects that came forward which will benefit the area. Now, all of these have to be within a very prescribed framework. The government lays out 32 individual interventions, and everything that you do has to be labelled as one of these very specific things. So whilst it sounds quite good at the top level that it's about communities and place and supporting local business and people and skills, when it comes down to it, you are really quite prescribed in what you can do. So we've tried to identify the areas where we can really make a difference, helping small businesses, both in terms of their green growth, in terms of developing their skills and actually learning how to grow their businesses, is where the bulk of this money is going to. But the other main area is supporting open markets across the district, helping them work together, creating a bigger set of providers and produce going into those markets, helping advertise those markets and helping people get to those markets. as well as the other one, which is vitally important, and we know the cultural life of an area is key. So a significant investment in promoting and building a whole programme of performances, events, exhibitions across the district over 3 years, complementing what is already done and helping kickstart in those areas that don't already have significant programmes, more things for people to go to and see. So I think this is good news for Teignbridge. I think this is what the best use that we can make of this 1.6 million, and an agreement today will allow us to put in the bid, which has to be in with typical government short time scales on the 1st of August, with a typical long government decision process to have a decision in October this year. Thank you.
That outlines it pretty well, Martin. Councillor Phil Bullivant. Sorry, Councillor McGregor, I'll come to you next.
Thank you for the opportunity to ask a question on this excellent scheme that will be to the advantage of all the people of Teignbridge. As was said earlier, as chair of one of the ONS committees, I sat with the group looking at ideas and going through the suggestions that came forward. At our last meeting, about 2 weeks ago, it was suggested that the area being looked at here about support for markets would justify talking to Newton Abbot Community Transport Association, and I speak here as a trustee of that organisation, where it was suggested that a good idea would be for someone to contact that organisation to understand the benefits they could offer in terms of being able to bring into towns people from the communities, provide the sort of transport links that we're currently commenting on their inadequacies, and support our indoor markets by bringing people into the towns. No such conversation has taken place, and I'm concerned that we're coming forward with ideas, and I speak having attended a meeting last Friday when no communication had taken place from the member of the council, and we're coming forward with these ideas without having the benefit of that advice, guidance and experience of groups of people who can make a significant contribution to how this fund should be used. So perhaps I can have an answer as to why that information was not sought. Thank you.
Alan, the leader, is going to respond to that in a second, but we'll have Councillor McGregor first. I haven't spotted that.
Thank you, Chair. Again, Councillor Jeffries, again, in her report mentioned the coastal contribution, which I recall was a fantastic initiative that Councillor Jeffries put a lot of time and effort into trying to develop, and has stalled for various reasons over a period of time. Within her statement about the report, she mentioned that there would be some confusion over the coastal contribution, but I would think and hope that this is still an option that the council would consider for future opportunities to have a separate funding stream for communities across the coastal path. And I would hope that Councillor Jeffries can confirm today that she's as committed to that now as she was when she first spent all that time developing the idea.
Well, she have a couple of minutes to think about that before giving a response. We'll go straight to the leader, because I did say we'd go to the leader first, and then to Councillor Jeffries.
Thank you, Chairman. In relation to the point made by Councillor Bullivant, I know, and he's declared his interest as a trustee of the Newton Abbot Community Transport, and I know some other colleagues in the room are also trustees, would be interested. It's not correct to say that we haven't been in conversation. We have, actually. I've had a number of conversations with the chairman of the Newton Abbot Community Transport Association, Nigel Canham, most recently by email and telephone within the past few weeks. The council is awaiting for Newton Abbot Community Transport Association to prepare and submit its proposals to extend its area in the Undercroft to the multi-storey car park. Officers met with members of Newton Abbot Community Transport, I think maybe a year or so ago. So it's an ongoing piece of work and regular conversations, Chairman. So I'd like to reassure councillors that very much Newton Abbot Community Transport Association have the ear of the council and its senior officers, and we await their proposals. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Alan, for responding to that. Very good. Right, Councillor Nina Jeffries.
Thank you, Councillor McGregor. Your question about the Coastal Contribution Fund. Yes, we're very much still committed to looking at that fund. The Shared Prosperity Fund priorities from government, it was about more about the explanation to government and whether it would fit with their priorities at the moment. Things may change. It's not off the table in terms of this as priority projects. And we are still working on the coastal contribution behind the scenes. Thank you.
We've got Councillor Linda Petherick at the back, right at the back. And then we come to Phil Bullivant, Councillor Phil Bullivant after that.
Thank you. I understand why we're talking to Newton Abbot Community Transport, but can I ask why we've not involved Dawlish Community Transport, who provides community transport all over Teignbridge?
I think we can answer that. Alan will answer that straight off. Need a microphone for Alan.
Thank you. The straightforward answer is that initially it was Newton Abbot Community Transport who approached us to see whether they could extend into the Undercroft. I've not had an approach from the other Community Transport Association, but I'm more than happy to meet with them and discuss, Chairman. But at the moment I've not had an approach from them, but more than happy to. Thank you.
I've almost lost with the number of people that are speaking. So there's Councillor David Cox in a minute. We go to Phil Bullivant. I think he had his hand up first. So put your hand up, Phil, so they can bring you a microphone.
Thank you. I'm very grateful for the leader for his, as usual, very accurate and very detailed response that doesn't answer the question. The question is, the committee asked for a specific discussion to take place about this issue. Nothing about the Undercroft development, which, yes, is ongoing, and it's the fact that no discussion took place to ask the community associations what support and service they could provide. Thank you.
So it's to Councillor McGregor next. I think it was here. Who was after that, Paul?
Thank you, Chair, again. I think from my perspective, listening to the exchanges going through, and clearly we've got the leader who's suggesting that the conversations were made, and we've got the leader of the Conservative group saying that it wasn't. If the discussions have taken place, I would have thought, for convenience sake, those discussions would have been included in the explanation for the report, or perhaps in the members' newsletter prior to the full council meeting. So I think there's a little bit of a failure there. But equally, on the side of a member of that particular committee, to bring it up at this particular meeting when they've had opportunities to raise this over a period of time is a little bit baffling as well. My question would be, is this report seems to have quite a lot of very, very good suggestions, and I'd like to thank Nina for the content that's in there. But in terms of the periphery stuff, this is detail that we are missing, and often it's the case that we're asked to make decisions without being provided the detail, and it always seems to be on a controlled basis through the leadership. And my problem with that is that if we're going to be asked to make a decision on this now, why haven't we got all the information that Councillor Connett assures us has actually been dealt with? Thank you.
Well, you posed a bit of an in-depth there. I'll come to Alan in a minute to try and answer that. We have Councillor David Cox.
I was just going to say, East Teignbridge community transport, known as Dawlish Disability, sometimes known as Dawlish Disability, much to the annoyance of Teignmouth, covers the eastern side of Teignbridge, ring and ride and for community transport, and it has a building in the car park in Dawlish, which was gifted by the district council, known as the TARDIS. So I'm not sure they're going to want to move to Newton Abbot.
Thank you. I find myself agreeing with Councillor Bullivant actually in terms of the being a pattern here, because the not engaging with the interested parties is something that we've seen time and time again. It happened with NA3, it happened with the Alexandra Theatre, and it's happening again. So I think to do its duty as a local authority, the executive needs to fully engage with the groups. As Councillor McGregor suggested, if they have done that, then please evidence it and show the support and the opinions that have been taken on board, and then we'll be able to make valued decisions based on what residents actually need and what groups are telling the council they actually need. Thank you.
Right, coming back to Councillor Alan Connett, if we may, and just so you're pre-warned, Fergus, you drafted this report, so perhaps you could boil some oil on troubled waters after the leader has spoken. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. To clarify, I was trying to describe, in response to Councillor Bullivant's first question, a very good relationship there is between council members, me, because I primarily meet with Mr Canham, and council officers with regard to Newton Abbot Community Transport. They set out some time ago their ambition to extend services, and in order to do that needed more space. That was separate to and outside of the conversation about the UK Shared Prosperity Fund, because obviously this wasn't available at the time. I'm trying to describe to council and councillors the very good, I think, relationship there is with Newton Abbot Community Transport Association, and the desire on the part of the council to support the association to extend its services. That would be supportive of what is now the UK Shared Prosperity Fund. As colleagues have mentioned, it is working to some government parameters and government timetable. Phil Bullivant is right. I've not had a conversation subsequent to the meeting to which he refers, but isn't he indicated that there have been no conversations with Newton Abbot Community Transport? That's not the case. Actually, there's a very good conversation being had. We are waiting for the Community Transport Association to come back with their plans. I'm very supportive of the association, would like to see it enhance and develop its services in Newton Abbot, and I've said to Councillor Linda Petherick, I'm more than happy to meet the Dawlish-based Community Transport Association as well to see what their needs are and whether the council may be able to assist. I think all of these things are things that the council want and will want to achieve, Chairman, and now no doubt Fergus Pate will be able to inform the council regarding those matters to which he is able to address. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. We'll go to Fergus at the back, and the officer that drafted this report, and in the light of the comments made by all councillors, Fergus, can you bring us together to a degree as best possible? Thank you.
Chair, good morning. Thank you. I'll do my best. And yes, I did draft this report, and yes, meetings with the councillor oversight group were held. Officers were asked to make contact with the various community transport groups and see what contribution they might be able to make towards the intervention titled Market and Town Centre Promotion and Coordination. As Councillor Jeffreys said, we've got an opportunity over the summer, once this high-level investment plan has been submitted, to work up the detail of the schemes that we might subsequently implement if government approve the investment plan in October. There was very limited time to put this report together, and my suggestion is that we have those conversations and discussions with other partners that would go about implementing the overall investment plan before October, so that we're ready to roll when we hopefully get the green light.
Yes, thank you very much for that intervention. In other words, you're saying there's more to come, I think, underneath it all. So is there any more debate from all the members, or can we move to the vote on this, please? We've got a proposer and seconder. It was Nina and Martin Wrigley with the proposer. So it's a name vote, Sarah, isn't it? No, we can show we can do this by show of hands. So all those in favour, please show. Yeah, I'm going to do. Thank you very much. Those against? And those abstaining? 4. So it's carried. Thank you very much. Good debate, and we move on to the next item. This is the item 7, community governance reviews for Ogwell, Coffinswell and Edford parishes. The leader is going to talk on this and propose it. I think they're, from what I read, adding people to the parish council, so it shouldn't be too, hopefully not too contentious for us here at Teignbridge. Leader.
Thank you, Chairman. Colleagues, the report is self-explanatory, sets out the detail and the proposals, and I move the recommendations as set out and invite a seconder.
Councillor Mary Colclough has seconded it. Thank you, Mary. If you'd like to...
Thank you. As ward member...
She wants to speak, yes.
As ward member for Ogwell, I would like to give my support to the boundary changes, particularly in Ogwell. These are due, in my opinion, long overdue. For example, with Larkmead Way in Ogwell, one side of the road is in Newton Abbot, while across the road is in Ogwell. So this is most confusing for the residents there. And as you will note, that all the due consideration, all members of the public supported these boundary changes, so I'm very happy to second the proposal.
You were indicating you wished to second it. I think Mary beat you to it in my eyes. Does that cause you a problem? No. Okay. You want to speak, Alistair?
Thank you. Lovely. Thank you, Chair. Yes. I would like to speak in support of Coffinswell. I represent them on the county council. They're a fantastic, hard-working parish council, but only have 5 members. And it would really, really help the parish council to be able to have another member. So I completely support this. Thank you, Chair.
Leader? Anyone? No, you didn't want it. Is there anybody else that'd like to speak on this? We can go to the vote. I think this is one we can put to bed fairly quickly. So, as we've got a proposal and seconder, can we go to the vote, please? All those in favour of this motion? Thank you. All those against? Any abstentions? There's one abstention, Councillor Malone. Right. Turn the mic off. We move on to item 8, which is the Carbon Action Plan. It's a long report, pages 45 to 128. The Executive Member for Climate Change, Councillor Coastal Protection and Flooding, Councillor Jackie Hook, will speak on this for us, please, and introduce this. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I intend to give a brief introduction to the plan, the report and the plan. Then I'm going to pass over to Neil Blaney, who will talk us through a bit more detail on the plan. So I really welcome the production of Part 1 of our Carbon Action Plan. This plan looks at the carbon emissions of the Council as an organisation. Part 2 of our Carbon Action Plan will look at the carbon emissions of the district as a whole. I wanted to take this opportunity to thank Will Elliott, our Climate Change Officer, for the immense amount of work he's put into this document, and you can see how long it is. I know as well that work on this plan has involved officers from across the Council, and I want to thank them too. Hopefully you've all had a chance to look at it, and will be able to see that it is comprehensive in what it covers, with policies, targets and actions corresponding to the Council's main emissions areas. In some cases, the plan is leading the way amongst other councils, for example, in terms of its policy on embodied carbon. And it is also honest and deliverable, wanting to truly reflect the totality of the council's carbon emissions and lay out plans for how we might tackle them. But I'm keen that this plan is seen as a living document. It must be able to adapt to changing circumstances and to change to reflect scrutiny by others including our community partners' action on climate in Teignbridge, and by members, town and parish councils, indeed anyone that would seek to comment on or challenge it. I believe there is scope for immediate scrutiny. Personally, I would like to see additional work done on how we could locally raise funds to speed up delivery of the actions in this plan and to build on the ambition of the plan. Just one example, and potentially there are others, are community municipal bonds. Some councils have specifically called them climate bonds, and at least 2 councils I know of have raised £1 million from within their communities within a matter of months. If we can raise this scale of finance and more from funding bids, then we can really begin to motor, or maybe that should be pedal, at the speed with which we will need to. So this is a detailed plan, and we would like to hear your comments. And I would welcome scrutiny by members and others, including Action on Climate in Teignbridge, via the scrutiny process. In the meantime, I would recommend, as set out, that we approve this plan. There is work still to do, for example, on carbon offsets, funding opportunities, and our Scope 3 emissions. But this plan will better enable us to put in funding bids that we want to get on with this autumn. So we must not delay in approving the plan and using its approval to strengthen our hand in putting in successful funding applications. But we genuinely welcome scrutiny and comment and accept that this plan may need to come back to full council, maybe soon and maybe several times going forwards, to update its policies, actions and targets. We don't have time to lose now. Even climate scientists are shocked at the pace of temperature rises. We are surely realizing now that climate change will affect our day-to-day lives, our health, our work patterns, our environment, our infrastructure, and our economy, and the life chances of ourselves, our children and grandchildren. So I welcome this plan and recommend that we approve it today. Let us get on with implementing it whilst recognising it is a living document needing scrutiny. Thank you.
Seconded by Councillor Gregor. Now we go to debate on this item. The microphone. We now go to Neil. No, it's Neil next first. Yeah, Neil Blaine, the officer. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief so that members can obviously start the debate on this matter. It's just a bit of background and the next steps, and summarise what members are considering for today. So at full council on the 18th of April in 2019, a notice of motion was presented and debated calling on the council to take action to achieve a carbon neutral district. The plan before you today contains the targets, policies and actions to guide and continue our path to net zero emissions. The Carbon Action Plan will be made up of 2 parts. The Part 1 Carbon Action Plan before you today covers actions that the District Council can take to reduce carbon emissions in our own immediate financial control. The Part 2 Carbon Action Plan will look at the whole district of Teignbridge, including but not limited to homes, businesses and transport. The Devon Carbon Plan will be published in draft during the autumn, and our Part 2 plan will work in conjunction with the wider Devon Plan. Following adoption of the Part 1 plan, officers will begin to develop the Part 2 plan, and this will be presented to members during the early part of 2023. The Part 1 plan before you today contains actions and targets which will be subject to the development of business cases and applications for funding. They will further decarbonise Broadmeadow Sports Centre. It will include a review of our vehicle fleet, and will continue to improve our energy efficiency programme. Each of these work streams, alongside our carbon footprinting work, will feed into the carbon budget review contained in Section 12 of the Part 1 plan. At the time of writing, few local authorities in Devon have adopted organisational carbon budgets. The Part 1 plan intends to front-load the delivery of carbon reduction projects to minimise long-term emission accumulations. Where we can, and subject to business cases, we will aim to outperform the carbon budgets. Section 13 of the plan sets out how members of the council will be able to scrutinise the plan going forward and the progress that it made towards the targets. An annual review will take place to identify new funding opportunities and consider any national legislative changes that impact on the plan. By approving this plan, members will set the next steps to continued reduction of carbon emissions. And finally, it's also important to recognise the significant projects that the officers are already working on to reduce our reliance on fossil fuels.
across the 3 leisure site projects and the work at Ford House, we will achieve a 23% reduction on our carbon footprint. Thank you.
Thank you. Now go to Hugh Cox, please, who's next to speak.
Thank you. Is that working? Totally, is this working? Totally agree with Jackie on this. It is a living document. It does need scrutiny going forward. I'm more than happy for it to go to my committee, ONS1, as soon as possible, and continue that throughout the process. Thank you very much.
Now to Councillor Phil Bullivant, please. Are there any other speakers after?
Thank you. Can I thank and congratulate the officers on being able to put together a document of such detail and important information. It's vital that this council has a plan as we move forward. We all make these commitments to deliver the sort of savings that we need to protect the environment for our children and grandchildren and future generations. And it's essential that we have this sort of plan at our fingertips to be able to refer to and apply in appropriate cases. There will always be the case where, as technology moves forward, alternatives come along, and we need to be in a position to be able to adapt and adopt alternative solutions to deliver the same or better results as time goes by. For that reason, I welcome the opportunity to have this as a living document, a document and a process that will be open for review, and come before this committee or before this council on a number of occasions to make sure that it's always up to date and we're delivering those essential things that this document seeks to deliver. So again, congratulations to the team that put this together, and thank you for Jackie for bringing this before the council for ratification.
Councillor Richard Dawes.
Thank you. I'd normally applaud steps in this direction. However, in this instance, I'd just like to note that I don't think this goes far enough, and I don't think the council, as a body, actions the issues around climate change as it should do. We are living in an emergency. I mean, the house is on fire, the country's on fire. We saw that last week, and there are various contradictions in what he's said and what he's done. Looking at the local plan, we're just blindly moving forward and not trying to even challenge the conventional wisdom that we should be building on open farmland, with all the issues around that. And then closer to home, our own projects that we are in control of and we can't blame someone else for. The car crash of a project that is Ford House, the insanity of trying to retrofit that building. It's something that should either have been vacated by ourselves and allocated as a project to create social housing, or that should be the site where developers are building houses, and we should be taking our business to Buckland FC, to the Alexandra Theatre, to other venues around. Maybe even we could go to Dawlish, wouldn't that be nice? I think the costs, yet to be determined costs on Ford House and the impacts that will have in the long term, are something that will be haunting us, I think, as a council. Thank you.
Are there any other speakers you want to sum up, Jackie, now? If you so wish. Yeah.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank William Elliott, the officer, for the fantastic detailed report that he's produced. I note that with the length of the report and the time that it's taken, some of the material that's in there has actually been completed already. So that there is a massive improvement in the carbon footprint of the council as it stands at the moment. In terms of what I've heard from some of the contributors, my understanding is this is for the council to approve now, and the work as it will done will be reviewed by scrutiny afterwards. So that'll be a positive step that we're actually progressing that now. I note Councillor Bullivant's point about we have to do more, which is very strange from a councillor who wanted to remove sill, which contributes to the environmental mitigation of the council's efforts. Excuse me, Councillor Bullivant, I'm making my second speech. We've had this discussion both in the press and in council already, so I think you don't need to make a point of order. From the perspective of going forward, Councillor Dawes makes some really interesting points as well. We do need to work harder at this. We do need to make sure that we are building the right developments in the right places with the right mitigations. Otherwise, we're going to be watching those houses burn like the houses in London did recently. Thank you, Chair.
I don't think it was a point of order there, but I will allow you to respond.
Thank you. We're proud of this council. We try and represent the people of Teignbridge, and we do it in 47 cases around this room with the best will and intentions, trying to put forward a message which is both factually incorrect and defamatory, I find objectionable. And I would ask the council that made those remarks to remove them, because he knows they're basically untrue. Thank you.
Is there any other debate before I go to Jackie? I would like to just have a second to here myself. I did study this report very, very closely, and how can I put it? This is what is always interested in me, being a yachtsman and somebody that's lived right close to the water. The report said to do with sea level rise, there's far less sea level rise in the north and more in the south. And by 2099, the rise will be somewhere between 0.4 of a metre to 1.2 of a metre, which in old-fashioned terms is 1'4" to 4 foot. So I don't think anybody knows what was happening. But I would say that in the past, I'm 75, in the past 65 years that I've been alive, I've lived in a house that has been so-called subject to threat from floods. It's one of the most low-lying properties. And I can assure you that in those 65 years, sea levels are actually getting lower, and I can prove that with the evidence that I've got. So I don't know where the tides are suddenly going to jump up in the air from, and I hear all this alarming talk coming from the EA that the whole of Newton Abbott's going to be underwater well, not the whole of Newton, a good much of Newton Abbott's going to be underwater by 2099. Well, in that case, I should have moved from my property years ago, because I'll be completely overwatered with not even a safe refuge upstairs to go to. So I'm not sure about the sea level rise element. I accept that there's climate change, and I accept there's more storms than ever and all that sort of thing. I'm not disputing that, but don't let them tell you that there's an alarmist talk of sea level rise at the moment here in this neck of the woods. There certainly isn't. Thank you. Councillor Dawes, I've had my little say as chair for once, and I'll go back to the impartiality of the meeting. Councillor Dawes.
Yes, I'm not sure I'm going to be totally impartial, to be honest, but I'd note Councillor Bullivant's point of being proud of this council. Well, I sit on this council. I'm not proud of it. I'm quite ashamed of it, actually, in many ways. And I'm ashamed of what's just been said by the chair as well, because that's anecdotal claptrap. It's similar to the front page of the Daily Mail the day before the heat hit the country, suggesting that we were a country of snowflakes and that nothing was going to happen. The next day, of course, the country was on fire. I suggest we don't do like pre-Brexit and say we've had enough of experts. Perhaps we should start listening to the experts and not making it up as we go along.
you've certainly the right to criticise me, and I've the right to an opinion as well. So we beg to differ, and we beg to differ respectfully, which is what council work, I believe, is all about. Thank you very much. Thank you, Richard. Yes. Jackie Hook.
Thank you, Chair. Just to summarise, thank you for your support for the Carbon Action Plan, Part 1, and thank you for the commitment to scrutiny. Of course, you've got the opportunity to do ongoing scrutiny as spelled out in the plan as well through my 6-monthly, or whoever it might be, 6-monthly update to council and scrutiny group. Feel free to interrogate and scrutinise there as well. That's your opportunity. In terms of some of the points made, our local plan, I would say our draft local plan as it sits at the moment is ambitious in terms of what it's striving to achieve in terms of net zero within the constraints that we're under, of course, and we don't need to go over government house building targets. We are pushing as far as we can. Whether our draft local plan survives government viability testing is another matter, but I believe we're striving to do the best we possibly can. Dare I even mention the Ford House issue? Perhaps we could go to Will when I finish, just to go on his summary of the Ford House project. But I think I've heard Councillor Dawes suggest before that we build housing on the front lawn of Ford House. We need to remember it's a Grade 1 listed building. In terms of our own construction projects, that's why the policy in this plan on embodied carbon, which I believe is truly leading the way, I don't know that there's another council with such a policy, is looking at the lifetime emissions of construction and infrastructure projects. So where construction materials come from, their own carbon footprint, transporting them, constructing the project, even looking at what you do with materials afterwards, should you demolish the building or recycle it or reuse it, and the maintenance of the building as well, the full carbon footprint of the lifetime of a building. We have got ambitious policies in here, but in terms of whether we can improve on it, yes, I believe we can improve on it. I've already mentioned, personally, I feel we could achieve it more quickly if we look at funding opportunities, and to me there is a missing section that we could look at how we can raise more funds to achieve the plan quicker. So in that sense, I do agree with that. But as I say, we need to approve this plan now. We're planning to put in funding bids this autumn, and this plan will really help us do that, and I look forward to further scrutiny. Thank you.
There's Councillor Adrian Patch, and then we'll go to the Climate Officer. Didn't you want the Climate Change Officer, Will Elliott, to speak? Yeah, I thought you did. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I just found it interesting to hear the listing status of the...
carry on, yeah.
Interesting to hear the listing status of Old Ford House cited as a barrier to development. I'm just with a view to an upcoming item on the agenda. Can anybody remind me if the Alexandra Theatre is listed, and if so, what the grade is of that? 2. Okay, but it is a listed building, I believe. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay, well, we'll go to the Climate Change Officer, Will Elliott, because Jackie did sum up there, and I allowed Councillor Adrian Platch to just come up with that. So, Will Elliott, at the back.
Hello, good morning, everyone. I'd just simply like to say I'm pleased to present the Carbon Action Plan to you today. I hope that you agree that it contains a number of positive plans that will benefit the local authority and our residents, and I will look forward to getting to work on the targets, actions and policies contained within the plan, including an energy efficiency programme, the development of a business case to further decarbonise Broadmeadow Sports Centre, supporting our partners through the Devon Energy Collectivity to decarbonise our electricity supply, the development of the depot master plan to look at ways that we can decarbonise our vehicle fleet, to engage our suppliers, working towards decarbonising our Scope 3 indirect carbon footprint, and perhaps most importantly of all, to limit the cumulative amount of emissions that we produce, and to limit our overall contribution to global warming. Thank you.
Right, let's go to the vote then, everybody. Those in favour of it, we had a proposer and seconder, so let's go to the vote. Thank you very much. Those against it? Those abstaining? 1. Thank you. Thank you for all your work, Councillor Hook, if I may say so. A lot of pages there, weren't there?
Oh, it's Will, not me.
It's Will, is it? Well, okay. Next item is revision to the Constitution, which the Executive Member for Corporate Services, Councillor Keeling, will introduce. Richard, if you'd like to introduce item 9.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. A revision of paragraph 4.26 of the Constitution. The review has been undertaken following notification from HM Land Registry regarding changes to land registration, procedures and requirements. This, in simple terms, allows the Council to do its work more swiftly. I therefore propose as set out. The Head of Legal Service, Paul Woodhead, is here also to answer any further questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Seconded by Councillor Alan Connett. I'm throwing it open for debate. Those that want to speak on it. It seems fairly straightforward. It's about the seal being put on things because there was a bit of ambiguity, which Paul might care to outline a little bit. But Councillor McGregor, you wanted to speak, so over to you.
Thank you, Chair. It was just really, again, it's trying to get the information prior to the meeting so that councillors can have full information about justifications, reasoning, and impact and an impact assessment, so that we understand what the implications are beyond the actual vote. And I would hope that perhaps, having repeated this a couple of times recently, previous meeting and in this one, that we will start to see more detail coming through so that councillors are actually fully informed for decision-making purposes. Thank you.
Well, actually, I thought the detail was fairly good. Alan, the leader, wants to speak next, and before I hand to Paul Woodhead. Alan, leader.
Thank you, Chairman. This was one of a number of proposals contained in draft or proposed amendments to the Council's Constitution, which went to the last Procedures Committee. That committee deferred all decisions so that groups could discuss the range of proposals and then come back at a later date, so that there will be full consultation on them. This was the one item where the Head of Legal Services, Paul Woodhead, asked the Council to make a decision so that it was compliant and able to take advantage, as Councillor Keeling pointed out. So it's all there, and it's all there in detail, and some of that was explained in more detail at the Procedures Committee. So I reject Councillor McGregor's commentary with regard to the points he made. I think it is there, it is clear, and it is here now for members' discussion. Thank you, Chairman.
Yes, indeed, I concur with your views, Alan, but I would like Paul Woodhead to speak on this, because I think the seal needed to go on some documents, and I think he's now in charge of the seal, but he'll tell us more, I'm sure.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not quite sure what there is to add to what's already been said and what's in the report, but the reality is that we could continue as is. But to continue as is would become an administrative bureaucracy gone mad to comply with land registry requirements, hence the report and the alterations to the existing wording in the Constitution. And I've highlighted, obviously, as members can see in the report, by way of track changes, what those changes are, and we've just pretty much emboldened aspects of the current procedure. There are no fundamental changes. It's just that we've set out more particularly the process that we will follow from now on, and the resolution of this council, should it decide to.
All those against? Any abstentions? That was carried. We did note the 4 abstentions. Thank you very much. Microphone again. We move now to item 10, appointment of the independent persons. And we're going to ask once again the Executive Member for Corporate Services, Councillor Richard Keeling, to introduce item 10, if we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appointments of independent persons. Due to the resignation of 2 independent persons of this council, we recommend that Devon County Council 2 independent persons be appointed on an interim basis. I therefore propose that the council appoint Ian Brooking and Ted Butt to serve as independent persons for an interim period of no more than 6 months. The monitoring officer, Paul Woodhead, is here to answer any further questions. Thank you.
I'm looking for a seconder, please. I've got a question. Yeah, I'll come to that. You're seconded by Councillor Alistair Dewhurst. Right. Yes.
Thank you very much. Yes, to explain the couple of questions that I've got for Councillor Keeling, I just need to put this in context very quickly. At the last meeting, I put a question about diversity and disability to Councillor Connett, the Lib Dem leader, and I realised when I saw the recording afterwards that off mic he had accused me of, and I quote, faux anger. I had been talking about prejudice and disability, so that was rather shocking to see. So I hope that Councillor Keeling will understand my couple of questions on this report. So first of all, do these 2 men meet any of the protected characteristics under the Equality Act 2010? Do they meet any characteristics for diversity and inclusion? Secondly, what provision for unconscious bias training has been made for these 2 men? Thank you.
My apologies, Councillor Alison Eden. I forgot to introduce you then at the item, so the public didn't now know who was speaking.
I'm quite happy to repeat the question.
No, I didn't. I moved to you and I didn't say your name, and I apologise for that.
Please don't worry.
Okay. Who wants to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Councillor Keeling, carry on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I shall pass your question on to the monitoring officer, Councillor Eden. Thank you.
Why? Don't you know? Thank you.
The monitoring officer, Paul Woodhead, please.
Chair, thank you. The 2 independent persons set out in the report that I'm recommending are appointed on an interim basis currently, as it says in the report, occupy these posts for Devon County Council. They are also perform that function for 1 or 2 other local authorities. They meet the statutory criteria required of the post. I'm unaware of whether either of them have any protected characteristics, because that is irrelevant. They meet the statutory criteria. Should they have a protected characteristic, I think that's a personal matter for them. One of the reasons for the interim appointment is so that we can look at how we recruit suitable persons on a full-time basis for the council. The comments, observations, proposals made by Councillor Eden previously, to which have been alluded to, have merit and will be considered and are being considered as part of that permanent recruiting process. Thank you, Chair.
I want to go to Councillor David Cox, who indicated, and there's...
Yeah, I used to be a director of PLUS, the organisation that employs disabled people and people who have characteristics, effectively. under the 1990 Equality Act. The people there self-identified as disabled. There were people there who, in my opinion, obviously not in their opinion, were disabled, but they didn't want to be labelled disabled. So it is a GDPR issue. If people have those characteristics, they shouldn't be required to tell us that, oh, I'm a Muslim, or I'm disabled in some way. We should follow the legislation, and that's what we're doing. I think we should say when we advertise that we would particularly welcome people from minorities, disabled, etc., because they are underrepresented at the moment. But to start inquiring of people, what is your disability, what is your characteristic, what is your sexuality, I think that's really not actually our business. It's can they do the job? Period.
Councillor Patch was next to speak.
Thank you. Just building on Councillor Cox's point about can they do the job, and looking beyond the interim appointment, I wonder, looking forward, how confident we are that there's an adequate competency framework in place for that recruitment. And I would suggest, drawing on my background in human resource research and consultancy, that some in-depth thought and perhaps some outside advice is given in terms of getting that competency framework right. And I speak having seen evidence within the last 12 months of someone who was appointed an independent person, quite obviously not knowing the difference between an elected representative, a councillor, and an appointed officer. So I think that's quite fundamental to carrying out the role of independent person, particularly with regard to the important sort of circumstances around standards cases and investigations and the support that might be offered. So the question is, are you confident that you're going to have the right competency framework in place when looking at the recruitment beyond the interim appointment to get the right people in place, people who can do their job?
I'm going to come back on this to Paul Woodhead to answer.
Thank you, Chair. The issue of protected characteristics, the two individuals that I'm recommending we appoint on an interim basis were interviewed, spoken to, however you want to reference that, and they were asked if they had any particular issues which would require reasonable adjustments, such like, and neither of them declared any. But as I say beforehand, when I say irrelevant, it's because what I'm saying is that they wouldn't be discounted if they were to have any. And that's the point I was making, because we have to comply with the statutory requirements. In answer to Councillor Patch's issues, and as I mentioned a few minutes ago, one of the reasons for looking to appoint on an interim basis is so that we as a local authority can be clear and sure that the very valid points raised by Councillor Eden, which I've previously referred to, and those by Councillor Patch, will be addressed, so that when we go to recruit and we go through the recruitment process, this council can be sure as it can be, that we appoint the right people for the post and the function which will be asked of them to perform, and that we are mindful of the need to reach out to all sections of society, regardless of what those sections are, and that people are appointed purely on merit. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Paul. Councillor Andrew McGregor, and then Councillor Liam Malone.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of points that have come up. I mean, we're actually not talking about the Equality Act 1990, we're talking about the Equality Act 2010. Normal practice is to ask the question, but include a prefer not to say or don't know element into that. So that's a normal recruitment practice. Can speak on that with some authority, having worked in recruitment for 20 plus years. Also worked in welfare to work, and a little bit more recently than Councillor Cox was working for Plus. And would suggest that people don't identify as disabled. People are either disabled because they are diagnosed as such on a wide range of issues. In terms of the independent persons, one of the points I've made a number of times recently is Lord Evans of Weardale's 2019 report, which sets out exactly what the criteria should be when using an independent person. I was just going to ask and ensure that we will adopt best practice as laid out in his report. And lastly, just to clarify whether or not there's any personal relationship or any professional relationship between the independent persons and any of the senior leadership team, including the monitoring officer, for this interim appointment. It was just a question. Thank you.
Before we go to Liam, Paul would like to respond.
The answer to Councillor McGregor's question is no, and that specific question was asked of the two individuals. Thank you.
That clears that up. Councillor Liam Malone.
I would counter that the last two independent persons we had were disabled. They were disabled by not knowing what the job is or what they were doing in it. It is very, very important that independent persons do not kowtow or defer to authority, but are in fact independent, understand the processes of the council, but can rise above it. The resignation letters of the last two people were absolutely risible. They just didn't understand what they were supposed to be doing, and they were absolutely horrified that people disagreed with this executive, its decisions and its prejudices. So this isn't a question, it's just an ardent hope. Can we have some independent people who A, are independent, and B, have a brain, please?
Councillor Richard Dawes.
Just following on from that, the bit that made me worry when it was just explained a second ago is that the independent persons are independent persons at Devon County Council. There's a whistleblower within Teignbridge District Council, which will soon be a matter of public record, who suggested that the previous independent persons who resigned were in the post so long that they'd become institutionalised and therefore part of the establishment. So it worries me that we're appointing an interim that is ostensibly a part of the establishment. So more of the same.
Are there any other speakers before we move to the vote? Councillor Alison-Eden, you want to just say something?
Just really wanted to pick up on the training. My question rather about unconscious bias training. It's so important actually for all of us and everything that we do, and I would urge the monitoring officer and the executive to really look at this properly. People in this room might think they know what it means. You'll often hear people saying things like, "Oh, I'm not prejudiced." Actually working in clinical trials as I do, knowing a great deal about undue influence, coercion, knowing about bias, I would urge people to look into a really good accredited unconscious bias training for our independent people. It can't do anything other than good. So please look into that. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, there's no other speakers. So do we move to the vote on this, please? Against those in favour of these two interim people from Devon County Council representatives, please show. Those in favour. Thank you very much. Those against? 2. Those abstaining? 3. Thank you very much. That's carried. Thank you so much. Right, we've got to 11:20, and I think it's time, as we said, for a break for 10 minutes. We've got 11, 12 and 13, which are motions coming forth with councillor questions at the end. So hopefully we might get there by 1:45. We'll come back in 10 minutes, please. If we can resume, if we may, please. Right, thank you everybody. We're getting back in the swing of the meeting. Item 11 is the next one, a recommendation from the Executive from the 31st of May, notice of motion on bus routes, and I'm going to ask the Executive members for Homes and Communities, Councillor Martin Wrigley, to introduce this item. Thank you. Don't think so. What have I done wrong? Well,
thank you. This is a motion that came to full council a while back, brought to that council by Councillor Alison Foden, and standing up for the buses in the area. So the changes that we've seen to bus provision in Devon and the government funds coming to Devon for buses is just deplorable. Devon put in a plan asking for, I think it was 15 million, I'll be corrected by my fellow Devon councillors, and they got 1 million. It's just not enough. It was 150 million, they got 15. I apologise for not doing my homework on Devon. So they had a minimal funding from the government in terms of this Bus Back Better scheme. Meanwhile, we're seeing Stagecoach cutting routes left, right and centre, and it's not good enough. This motion tries to do what we can to address that. It came to Executive, we had a full discussion. I'd like to hand over to Alison Foden to have more comment on this motion.
my apologies if I did get that wrong. My briefing notes have let the situation down. All right. Anyway, Councillor
Thank you, and thank you to the Executive for their recommendation. So, bus travel is essential for the economy of Teignbridge and Devon, for our local communities and for our well-being, especially so in this time of climate crisis and the cost of living crisis. We need to call on Devon County Council, Stagecoach and all the bus companies to change their way of thinking from the vicious circle of slower buses, fewer passengers, fewer buses, more cars, more congestion and pollution and more cuts to services, to change the way of thinking to the virtuous circle of more buses, more passengers, quicker buses, less congestion, less pollution, better for people and for the planet, and to create a Transport for Devon service that we can be proud of. Please support this motion. Thank you.
Well, the outcome of the motion is that the council asked the leader of this council to write to Devon County Council and Stagecoach Devon to declare this notice of motion. So do I have a proposer? Is it going to be Councillor Foden? Would you like to propose that? Would you get in the order right now? And you'll second it, Martin? Yeah. You'll second it. So throw it open to debate now. Councillor Phil Bullivant.
Thank you. At Devon County Council yesterday, there was discussion taking place about the inadequacies affecting the bus services throughout the whole of Devon, and Devon County Council are writing to the providers of the transport services to complain and arrange meetings, the first of which is taking place on the 1st of August. It should be noted that this view of the inadequacies is shared by all councillors, and I certainly endorse this as a motion in terms of giving its support to Devon County Council in its actions to make sure that services are improved. It doesn't help that Stagecoach notified us that... That's not me ringing, by the way. Thank you. Devon County notified us that they'd received information from Stagecoach that they'd allocated 29 of their bus drivers to go to Birmingham for the duration of the Commonwealth Games, which meant that services were going to be curtailed within Devon to release those drivers, and obviously that caused a great deal of upset at the County Council. So anything that we as a council can do to inform or support the actions being taken by Devon County Council, I certainly endorse and welcome, and I certainly will be happy to endorse this as a recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank Councillor Alison Foden for her valuable work on this motion. I'm pleased to hear what the leader of the Conservative Party is saying and support that. Over the weekend, I was contacted twice, once by a resident who works in Specsavers, who was warned about his lateness to work. It's not his fault, as the buses were late on several occasions. And the second, more importantly, was a lady resident returning from an Exeter hospital appointment, had to wait several hours as 2 buses were cancelled. She also informed me that there's no buses back from Exeter to Chudley after 6 p.m. I'm also aware, as my fellow councillor for the Team Valley is as well, that the bus service has been discontinued by the bus company. And I would, however, like to thank the Newton Abbot Community Transport for stepping up and helping those rural communities. I asked a simple question: when is Devon County Council and Stagecoach, Devon, going to step up? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Janet Bradford next to speak.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair. I would really like to support this motion. Residents are getting left at bus stops all over the place. In Newton Abbot, there was a young lady down by the station on a Sunday evening with her 7-month-old and her 3-year-old waiting for a bus that never came. I would really support this. Thank you.
It's, do you want to come at the end, Alan? Yeah. It's Councillor McGregor now. Andrew.
Thank you, Chair. There's a very wide-ranging set of issues here. It's I note all the good comments about individuals here and individuals there struggling with getting transport. This county already has a problem with rural loneliness. Cutting back bus services, not just in Teignbridge but across the whole county. Stagecoach are increasing that rural loneliness. One of the elements of the discussions I had on the Health and Wellbeing Committee was that rural loneliness leads to increased suicide risk. So this isn't just about whether or not people can get to work. This is actually about people's whole life experience and whole life impact. And it's really, really important that not only Devon County Council, but Teignbridge write to the government and say they need to ante up more funds anyway. But we should be working with Devon County Council to find ways. I mean, one of the elements that we discussed earlier, Councillor Hook's carbon action plan, is to encourage more use of public transport. We don't have a huge amount of roads that are suitable for people to cycle up and down. So it's either public transport or a car. So for us to sit here and say we've got all this wish list without actually really being quite forceful about it is a little bit depressing. So I think we really need to up our game, be much more demanding, be shouting all of the time, both at Stagecoach and other bus companies, but also at central government, saying they are putting people's lives at risk. That is the message that we need to get out there. And it's not a question of, because it's a Conservative government, I'm saying this, any government that puts any council in this position where services are cut and it risks people's lives needs to be notified of that, and really loudly. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Alan Connett, we move to now. Oh, Councillor Patch in a minute. Do you want Councillor Patch to go before you, Alan, or? Councillor Adrian Patch.
Thank you, Chair. I know that there are quite a few towns in here mentioned in this motion, but no explicit mention of rural areas and rural isolation. And speaking of representing a rural ward, I'm aware that there's 2 buses, I think one on a Tuesday and one on a Friday, coming through my particular ward. I just wonder whether we can somehow make an inclusion there for rural wards, as it seems to be the wording is very focused on a number of towns and larger settlements.
Right, we move to Councillor Alan Connett. Thank you, Adrian.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Patch, if you'd like to email me, I'm happy to incorporate your example into the letter if Council approves that the motion is approves the motion. I write the letter to Devon County Council and Stagecoach. I'm more than happy to incorporate examples. In fact, without wanting to do a long list from every member, I mean, if there are some examples that members want to send to me, I'm quite happy to include a representative sample, but certainly if Councillor Patch emails me, I'm happy to incorporate it. This did come up at Council last time, was referred to Executive, so I think one hoped that colleagues may be able to contribute to that, but absolutely fine and incorporate that. If I may, Chairman, Councillor Bullivant's point about Devon County Council, entirely agree. I think the County Council, I've seen a copy of a letter from the lead councillor responsible for this area of work, Andrea Davis, who's written very robustly to Stagecoach about bus services, and I entirely endorse her letter. In my own area, we're seeing changes to the B service. In Ken and Kenford, for example, it's just 2 buses a day, one in and one out, which isn't obviously as bad as Councillor Patch has described. And what I would say as well is the Council for Protection of Rural England last year published a brilliant report describing how it is quite possible, with some changes in the way that the nation funds its bus services, to secure a bus every hour in every village. And I really would commend members to read that. I mean, I read it and I thought to myself, what we're trying to achieve here is not aspirational, it's about a change in the way the nation thinks. And the points that Councillor McGregor makes about rural isolation are all part of the intrinsic need and necessity for a quality bus service. And it's not just older people who may be isolated, but the 16-year-old in a rural community, the difficulty for them, for example, even getting to sixth form college or maybe to their apprenticeship. So buses are brilliant and we should celebrate them, and I really do welcome the motion that Councillor Foden put forward, and I take from what colleagues are saying across the chamber that there is wide support for buses in Teignbridge, and we will do what we can, but primarily that is around Devon County Council, and if members would wish me to, I'm quite happy to extend, so I send a copy of the letter to the 2 members of Parliament for serving Teignbridge. I would offer to write to the relevant minister, but I think we might want to wait until perhaps later in the year when it's more clear about which minister will have longer term responsibility for public bus services. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Alan. If you can add Stoke and Teenhead to the list, that would be lovely.
Send me the email, Chairman.
Oh, I'll send you an email, right. Okay, thank you very much. Are there anybody else would like to speak on the item before I ask for a show of hands? Show of hands then, please, to support the motion. Looks like being unanimous, I would think. Thank you. Okay, yeah. Those against? Those abstaining? So it's unanimous, Sarah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That's good. Yes. We can move to item 12 now.
Chair?
Yeah.
Just before we go, I'd like to raise the point of doing a personal explanation on 2 of the items that were discussed earlier, in accordance with the Constitution.
If you're quicker, I don't see why not.
Do you want them to hear them now?
I think so.
Okay. The first one was
if you can keep it fairly brief.
Yeah, I will do. The first one was in relation to Councillor Jeffrey's report that came in. In terms of the questions that were asked, myself and several other councillors asked questions directly of Councillor Jeffreys. Councillor Jeffreys was not given the opportunity to respond. The responses came without deference to Councillor Jeffreys presenting the report, and in a show of patriarchal element to the council, and also, I had to intervene to stop a male Conservative councillor barracking a female councillor who's raising a point based around violence against women and girls. And I actually would like to point out that that was the only reason for my intervention. I don't think it's appropriate for male councillors to be barracking female councillors who are raising points about domestic violence or potential violence against anybody, never mind violence against women and girls. The second personal explanation Can I come back to that one after the next motion? Because I need to have a little think about how I want to phrase that.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
We're moving on to the next item, if we can then, please. We're now on to item 12, aren't we? Recommendation of the executive of the 4th of July. This is a notice of motion for the Ocean and Coastal Recovery Declaration. And we go to the Executive Member for Climate Change and Coastal Protection and Flooding, Councillor Jackie Hook.
Thank you, Chair. When I spoke at full council last on this notice of motion, I outlined how very important our oceans are, that every second breath we take is provided by the oceans. I referred to the ocean's influence on our climate and the climate's influence on our oceans. Since then, I've read, probably as you have, recent reports about the dramatic decline in plankton and ocean life in general, which of course is a major food source for many in the world. And then when I spoke at executive, I talked about our rivers and the threats they face. We know the health of our rivers is a huge concern to our residents, and I reported that sadly South West Water has become the latest water company to come under an Ofwat investigation into the supplier's environmental performance and sewage treatment works, joining 5 other water companies already under investigation. The regulator said, "From what we have seen, the scale of the issue is shocking. Companies must resolve any problems at wastewater treatment works and do so quickly." Within the last few days, South West Water have begun a consultation on their wastewater management plan, and this will be something you may wish to look at and comment on and scrutinise. I want to thank members for your support for the actions contained in this notice of motion, and it comes back today from executive in the same form, unaltered. Here at Teignbridge, we must play our part in ensuring the health of our rivers and oceans. We are doing good work already, but we must step up and coordinate and make clear our responses to these issues, which is what this notice of motion aims to do. The first set of recommendations outline actions we as a council should take, including to write to South West Water to request details of their urgent and revised plans to eradicate the practice of sewerage discharges to rivers and coastal waters around Teignbridge. In addition, the notice of motion asks for us to report to full council within 6 months on the actions and projects that will begin in ocean recovery in Teignbridge. And I wanted here to thank officers of the council, specifically Graham Smith, Coastal Officer, who I think is here today, for adding in actions to the notice of motion to make sure we are addressing all issues of concern. The second section of recommendations are demands of the government with regards to minimising sewerage discharges to our waters. And a third section covers our demands of government in relation to ensuring the recovery of our oceans. This notice of motion is linked to the Council's declarations of both climate and ecological emergencies. But crucially, as we face tough economic times ahead, it seeks to focus on wider objectives of ensuring a resilient and sustainable economy and the health and well-being of our residents. I hope members will support the notice of motion. Thank you.
Seconded?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I don't think so.
Alistair was first. You were giving notice to speak, I think, over there, weren't you? Oh, you wanted to second it? Well, I apologise if that's the case. I thought your intention was to speak.
Well, I will be speaking.
You will be speaking, all right. Well, I had you down to speak first of all. Okay. All right, so you best go ahead, please, and speak.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. It's refreshing to see a motion coming after a considerable amount of pressure from the Chair over the last 18 months, myself and Councillor Cox particularly, over the sewage discharges into the Teign estuary. It's a particularly interesting motion in as much as it's broad-ranging. It covers lots and lots of various aspects of the health of the ocean. And one of the key elements to that, of course, was the huge debate over the MMO dumping off the coast. So going all the way back to 2019, there's quite an element of work for us to do. But also coming back to 2019, as you know, Chair, from our exchanges online, the Environmental Agency notified this council that almost every single sewage treatment station and asset within Teignbridge district was at risk of being unable to cope with the developments that were being planned. That is a comment that there appears to be no action from, and when the planning exec was questioned about various aspects of that, it was always it's somebody else's problem, going back over several meetings. From my perspective, this is a motion that should have come 2 years ago or maybe 3 years ago when this was first highlighted through the planning department, the environmental agencies' concerns that were raised about South West Water's capacity issues. It was specifically in response to local plans. So that's stuff going forward, not historically. It's really important, I think, for us to maintain pressure on South West Water, maintain our pressure on the Environmental Agency or the Environment Agency to develop a communication system, as I've raised on a number of occasions. Ofwat's own advice is regular, detailed, ongoing meetings with the planning authority, the utility provider, and the Environment Agency, and we have failed spectacularly in that respect so far, and I think there's an opportunity as part of this motion to put that in place. Thank you, Chair.
Next to Alistair Dewhurst next to speak.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to support this motion. I think it's an absolutely vital motion. We have supported and agreed motions in the past on climate change and the environment, and this is the third part of that, looking after our oceans. If we agree this today, it will put our council in a small and select group of councils that have effectively passed this motion, although in a number of important respects this motion goes further than the general motion for the ocean that is out there at the moment. So for me, I will definitely be supporting it. Thank you.
I've got Councillor Richard Keeling next, followed by Sylvia Russell, followed by David Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank Councillor J. Hook for this motion and pointing out the effects to local businesses. In my area, we have the River Teign shellfish, who serve our community, restaurants, and export to the wider UK, and vitally important to local employment. So we need to address these potential issues in the Teign, which is pressurised onto our local businesses. This motion achieves that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Richard Keeling. Now it's Councillor Sylvia Russell, and that'll be followed by David Cox.
Thank you, Chairman. I just asked the question. I used to be a member of an organisation that kept a watch on what the water company was doing. First of all, it was under the umbrella of Ofwat, and then it became known as Water Voice, and it was representation from local government, health service, etc. We used to meet with the water company just to keep up to date with the improvements, and you remember the clean sweep here at Teignmouth was one of the big first operations that took place. Is this organisation Water Voice still in place, where it's a watchdog sort of thing, where they question the water authorities as to what they're doing, and it was quite lively in those days, but I hear very little about it, and I wonder if we could find out whether that independent representation still continues to challenge what South West Water are doing. Thank you.
Is there an officer at the back that could clear that point up here and now? Water voice? Water Watch, is it? Any comment? So there is an organisation such as that, right? Okay, well, we'll move on to Councillor David Cox to speak, please.
Yes, I brought up this issue and I was told I was grandstanding about this issue. And what is incredible is the difficulty in getting anybody to hold South West Water to account. I don't know what Water Watch is doing, but seems to be pretty much a toothless tiger when it comes to dealing with South West Water, because the bonuses for executives of South West Water have been eye-watering. They, millions of pounds they've been given in bonuses, and yet they are polluting our river. And Mr. Vice Chairman, you are the end of the line. You get all the discharges of sewage. If the other pumping stations are overcapacitated, but of course at least it goes in the river, so we all get it, frankly. And we do really need to hold South West Water to account, and I'm very pleased that you questioned them very, very hard. We gave them very hard questions when they came, but getting them to come to Teignbridge to overview and scrutiny was a difficult task. And French Street in Teignmouth was left like a abandoned building site with tomatoes growing, which tells you what was coming out of the ground. And that was left for a year, and then the TV arrived and the newspaper arrived, and suddenly it became a priority for South West Water. So I think we do need to keep. I know I'm concentrating on South West Water. There's more to this motion than that. So I'm very, very much welcome this motion. I hope we put South West Water on the rack. They are giving millions of pounds in bonuses, and they are polluting our rivers and the sea all the time. Thank you.
Well, I've got 3 more speakers so far, 4 now if you count Liam next. So it'll be Nina Jeffries first, Phil Bullivant second, Sally Morgan third, and Liam Malone fourth. All right. So we need Nina Jeffries next.
Thank you. I just wanted to express my support for this motion. I come from a fishing family in Brixham who've been largely affected over the years of water quality. I think it's really important to broaden the view within this and note the wider expertise through giving value to the environmental groups and fishing industries that would be affected. I would love to see the aspirations outlined in one of the points around licences to not have any licences or discharging of any sewage at all. But as we go, I think this is a really good motion and I fully support it. Thank you.
Next.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm speaking both as a councillor but also as Vice Chair of the Devon Pension Fund, which represents the pension funds of people in the public sector in Devon that controls about £5.5 billion worth of investment. One of the approaches that the pension funds have found successful in terms of tackling climate change through investments has been to recognise that the investments that the pension funds make into these organisations are the source of funds they use for investment, and also they are the recipients of the majority of the bonuses or dividends that they pay out. I think whilst I totally endorse and support the idea behind the motion, I think we're missing a trick here in that we should be writing to the pension funds because they're actually at the coalface of being able to influence and direct companies to take the actions that you're actually asking for here. So I'd encourage us to think beyond just writing this motion, but ask you to also write to pension funds, asking them what they're doing to control the investments that they're making. I think you'd get a much bigger return for that sort of approach than just writing to the government, asking them to take the actions that are in here. Thank you.
So Sally Morgan now.
whoever wishes for a time machine to take us back 32 years to 1989 and present this report, I think we'd probably be told we'd be scaremongering. I think I'd like to support this wholeheartedly, particularly Section 8, where we call on the government, whoever's on stage at the time, particularly the section about the balance between consumer prices and shareholders and long-term investment. Because, you know, who could have foreseen, you know, this happening? Maybe a few of us, maybe all of us. I would like to have gone back, you know, 32 years with this report and see what the response that we'd get, because for some of us it's no surprise when something that we already owned as a society is taken apart like this and used to benefit a few very rich cats. Sorry, party political broadcast over.
Councillor Liam Malone, behind you.
Thank you. I find myself in the ludicrous situation of agreeing entirely with Councillor David Cox. Much as I support this this motion, it seems to me that it will come to naught if South West Water cannot be brought to heel. When they made the presentation to ONS, they fed us a load of the stuff that they send out on the ebb tide. It was just ridiculous. And we got very, very little out of them. What they did let slip was, first of all, they had absolutely no plans to significantly improve their infrastructure, regardless of how many houses are built. And secondly, they made mistakes such as the holding tanks at Penn's Mount were allowed to flood into a very sensitive part of the river, because they'd forgotten to take over the jurisdiction. I mean, these things are just appalling. So what I would like to see in this is you know, it's all very well saying we're going to converse with them, we're going to email them. I'd like to see something saying we're going to be on their backs. We're going to be on their backs constantly, because the way they are behaving is absolutely appalling.
Right, it's Councillor Martin Wrigley next, and then Councillor Gary Taylor.
Thank you very much. I too wish to wholeheartedly support this notice of motion. In Dawlish, we have been fighting these battles for a long while. I jokingly used to refer to myself as the councillor for sewerage when we were fighting South West Water, who were allowing overflows from new estates to exceed the capabilities of a 6-inch pipe, where residents were having their homes regularly flooded, very unpleasantly, for a number of years. We did win that battle. We persuaded South West Water to upgrade that one particular piece of infrastructure, to put in new holding tanks to reduce the spills. We can work with them and beat this problem, but it takes constant vigilance. Having said that, those spills didn't just go into the Teign. We've talked a lot about the Teign. Let us not forget this also impacts the Exe. So the Exe estuary is an internationally protected area, and that is being spilled into from all of the areas up and down that river too. So we have plenty of weapons in our arsenal to use, and we must use these and keep South West Water, I was going to say keep them honest, but I'm not sure we ever get there, but keep them to account. Thank you.
Councillor Gary Taylor now.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'd very much like to support this motion also, this notice of motion. I'm a keen kayaker, I'm a sailor, I'm a swimmer too, especially I don't sail very well. And it is really high time that the government got tough with South West Water. I note that Ofwat very recently has said that South West Water is on the list of companies that they'll be looking at, including Southern Water, and hope that they really do use the teeth that they should be bearing at these companies. Certainly with regard to the amount of money that is being paid to directors, I would echo members' views on that too. I think it's criminal that we have such poor service and yet they're being so highly rewarded. It really is bad. Martin Wrigley, as Councillor Martin Wrigley has already told us about the concerns that have been raised in Dawlish throughout recent years, and we've done very well there to get the improvements locally, and I would thank South West Water for those. We've got a separation tank in Dawlish which takes surface water into the brook rather than into the main sewer, which is helping in a small way achieve some of the targets that should be being looked at across our patch. And I would also echo the members' concerns with regard to the dumping of sewage off of either Teignmouth or off Dawlish, and I can remember the banner being held up by one of Dawlish town councillors just 3 years ago saying, "We begrudge the sludge." Well, I think I speak for everyone here in saying we do begrudge the sludge, and we begrudge the money that's going to South West Water for giving this district such a poor service. Thank you.
Councillor Jackie Hope.
Thank you, Chair. If there's no one else, it doesn't matter if there is, but I'll do a quick going over some of the points and summing up. Yeah, the first action of the notice of motion is to produce an action plan. So, you know, I think Graham Smith's here, I'm here, I've heard what's been said, in particular about how we communicate and with South West Water and the Environment Agency. I would say that we have regular communication with Environment Agency on a number of projects, schemes, etc. I'm not so sure it's quite so regular with South West Water. I know the Teen Estuary Partnership has someone from the EA on it. I don't think from South West Water. So these are things that we can look at and put in the action plan. And also, you know, you could have South West Water back to scrutiny. You could have your MPs back to talk over the issue, and specifically maybe in regard to the wastewater management plan, which is currently out for consultation. So there's something that you could look at and, you know, get your teeth into in terms of what that's proposing. If pension funds are relevant, then obviously that can go into the action plan as well. But thanks for your support, and that's appreciated. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, members. There's a great deal of support for everything from all sides of the political domain here, and it's marvellous to see. I would just like to touch on this because, you know, I've been one of the main, shall we say, advocacies for South West Water to get their act together. And thank you for Hugh Cox and David for hauling them before ONS, which, you know, triggered all this, and then a load of questions, and it's come to this. I mean, it's a terribly interesting subject in depth. I mean, they're telling us that Buckland is fit for purpose till 2035, yet they've something like, if you take the minor tanks in the Teen Estuary catchment area, there was something like nearly 200 spills. That's if you include the one at Stoke, Netherton and Cumin Teenhead. The major tanks, I think it was about 70 spills. We had 52 spills at Shaldon alone. And it was very interesting. I made some inquiries. They're pumping out of the holding tank 2,000 cubic litres at Teignmouth. They're pumping at 7 times the speed that they are out of the half the size tank. We've got 1,000 cubic feet of storage at Shaldon. We had something like 52 spills from Shaldon. And I said, well, what happens, because it's all being fed into the one common pipe, which is about 1 metre. I said, what actually happens is the Shaldon pipe being overwhelmed by the speed of the Teignmouth pipe. Is that why we're getting the spills at Shaldon? No, it says if you took the Shaldon pipe out, the effluent would arrive from Teignmouth at Buckland. He said if you just key that into it, an extra 1/7 arrives. In other words, all the sewage arrives even faster at Buckland. So it's hard to see what on earth is going on, really, if we're getting so many spills. and Buckland is supposed to be fit for purpose, but it clearly isn't. So I welcome what's been done here, absolutely superb, and thank you for this huge measure of support for what the executive are doing here. So let's go to the vote.
Chairman.
Oh, sorry,
John.
Councillor John Petherick.
Sorry to interrupt you at this delicate stage, but I think back to some of the planning developments that have come before us at Teignbridge, and we've looked at them, and South Water, a consultee, we seem to accept what they say. Now, I'm thinking in particular now, I can think of a number, but in particular the most recent one is the Exeter Road development in Teignmouth, 220 dwellings. And the surface water there is just going to run down the hill. There's no provision to put it into suds or divert it anywhere else. They're going to use natural drainage for it to run down the hill. So that's 220 dwellings, 220 roofs and garages and driveways. The surface water is just going to run down the hill. So I wonder if we need to be more vigilant as a planning committee, and possibly, if we have concerns, have South West Water in attendance to get their reassurance that what they're proposing is going to work. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. While we come to Councillor Nina Jeffrey, not Nina Jeffrey, Alison Eden, I would just say that the EA are the monitoring body. So although South West Water at planning, we're told are a consultee, it means absolutely nothing, I think, with clout, because the EA seem to be the monitoring body that, if you like, are, well, I won't say condoning it, but it's virtually condoning it, isn't it? So, you know, that's the problem that we've got. So over to Councillor Alison Eden.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to observe that at government level, the Conservatives have been in control for 12 very long years, and in this situation they are literally leaving us all in the poo. So when our local Conservatives who are in this room are going, oh, isn't it dreadful, when are they either going to join the Liberal Democrats or openly criticise their own leaders? Thank you.
Well, I wouldn't like to answer that one, would I? I'm deliberately not going to answer.
Of course.
Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to actually say a positive thing about the Environment Agency in respect of the efforts that they put in. The Environment Agency has been stripped out financially by the government. So the budgets that they've received have been reducing steadily over the last, well, since 2015, quite significantly. So they've lost staff. The amount of effort and time they put into pursuing Southern Water effectively made them take their eye off the ball on United Utilities in the north, the South West Water in the south, the two other worst offenders. And that, unfortunately, shows a priority, because Southern Water are the big southeast provider, and of course they're, a lot more. There's a lot more money in that area than there is in this area. So. And a lot more customers. So they prioritised. Now that they've dealt with Southern Water and they find them a huge amount of money, £90 million, all we can hope is that South West Water either get their act together, wipe up the mess, and or get fined a huge amount of money, exactly like Southern Water. Because Southern Water were prevented from adding that to people's bills. It has to come from their bottom line, and that is the best way to do it: is attack these companies on their bottom line and make sure that they stop dumping effluent into our waterways.
Two more speakers, Councillor Russell and then Councillor Dewhurst.
Thank you, Chairman. We do have blue flag beaches in Teignmouth and Dawlish Warren. That will have an unfortunate impact on the criteria for blue flag beaches, and I think that's something that we ought to raise with the Environment Agency, who are responsible for designating the blue flag beaches. is it possible that we could have some communication with the Environment Agency to get their views about this? Because there's some very strong views been mentioned today, and of course it's going out to the public, it's on the airwaves, and it's sending out rather an unfortunate message about our bathing waters when we are designated as bathing water quality is good. So we're sending out a mixed message to the public here, and really we need to involve the Environment Agency, who are responsible for those designations, into our concerns. Thank you.
It goes to Councillor David Cox, the mic next. All I would pick up on that point is that messages go out not to bathe in the water after sudden floods in the summer time, and hence we're getting beaches, thank goodness, passed with flying colours, because at that point, when we've got fine weather, we're not getting any spillages. So, you know, it's great that we're at least alerting the public to the times when the spills occur, and hopefully that's occurring when you get heavy rainfall and things can't cope. It's mixed in. The majority of these discharges are in the winter, but we still got to clear this mess up. That's what I'm saying, or this issue up, and get South West Water to get their house in order. Right, Councillor Cox.
Even in the winter, people are swimming in Teignmouth. I would tell people it's got a subtropical climate, but people are swimming all year round. Wild swimming is now a popular pastime for people. But I was very interested what Councillor Petherick had to say, because of course South West Water say, oh yes, modern buildings do not have combined sewers, therefore we can't charge developers for other things. We can't deal with the combined sewers, which combine runoff and sewage. But if they build, as Councillor Petherick said, their water runs off, and where does it go? Some of it must go into combined sewers, and we shouldn't let them off the hook by saying, oh yes, new developments are purely sewage system. They have a runoff effect. Global warming does have an issue regarding we're getting more rainfall in one go, which is overloading the combined sewers, which predate probably South West Water. There's a lady in Teignmouth whose drains are being done by South West Water because of the 1836 Teignmouth Improvement Act. The local water authority, which used to be the council, has to deal with her drains. But clearly the building is contributing to the issues of flooding and sewage being put into the rivers, overflows, because of the runoff. And perhaps we need to look into this a bit more and start saying to developers, because believe me, they'll force South West Water to do something, developers need to pay for something to be done about the overflows.
Disagree with you at all. Thank you for making those points. There's Councillor Taylor, and then there's Councillor Phipps, and Alice. I'd like to wrap this up after that, if I may, because we all seem to be in much agreement here.
Just to briefly respond to Councillor Cox, there is a planning guidance and there's a sequential view taken on surface water, and initially it's filtration, so into a soakaway, then it would be SUDS, sustainable urban drainage systems, and then finally into open watercourse. Thank you.
Phipps was next.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor, for that enlightenment. On the original plans for the development in Exeter Road, the runoff water was to go into storage tanks and then be transported away by tanker lorry. So I don't know if that's still on the plans, but according to Councillor Taylor, that has been altered. Has that been altered, or is that, or was I correct? Do you know?
Well, I'm not aware of the water being transported off. It doesn't sound very sustainable, so I wouldn't agree to that being a sustainable urban drainage system. Thank you.
That was in the original plans. So. Thank you.
Chairman, if I may, just to answer Councillor Phipps' question, thank you for that. Yes, I mean, I was curious about this because I assumed that there would be SUDS, but apparently because of the very steeping ground, that's not one of the options, and they were going to use natural drainage. Well, the natural drainage was the field. When it rained, the water permeated into the field. Some of it would run down the hill, But now, with all these buildings on it, all the water is going to run down the hill. There's nowhere for it to permeate, and it's going to go into the brook at the bottom of Teignbridge. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Chair. So I just wanted to point out that Section 8F lists a whole raft of measures that this council would take to encourage government to help these matters, and particularly paragraph 3 of F, which it says cease making cuts to the Environment Agency funding, and I think that's absolutely vital, because without their help we're just shouting in the wind. One final thing, we keep talking about the River Teign, which is obviously in the middle of our district, and we've talked about the River Exe, but of course much of my ward and parts of Ambrook also flow into the River Dart, and we have a duty to protect that as well. Thank you.
Councillor Hook, do you want to sum up again with all the views that have been coming forward very briefly? You happy? Right, let's go to the vote on this, as there's a great deal of unanimity. Those in favour of... Unanimous, thank you very much. Yes, Councillor McGregor.
Thank you. It was to cover my second personal explanation. Earlier in the discussion, I made a statement in which I suggested that Councillor Bullivant was against SIL, and he asked me to withdraw the remark, saying it was defamatory, apart from the fact that that would not necessarily be even close to defamatory. I refer Councillor Bullivant back to his comments at the 20th of September meeting, in which he suggested that SIL was damaging to the housing market, in an astonishing display of not understanding how the housing market works either. And then we had an exchange within the press, in which Councillor Bullivant accused me of being to the left of Karl Marx, but he couldn't even spell his name correctly. So from that perspective, my position on this is I won't withdraw my remark, and I'm not going to apologise for comments that Councillor Bullivant made himself at the 20th of September meeting. Thank you.
Just 1 second while I have a word with the solicitor, please. May I just raise something that the solicitor has drawn my attention to, which is 8.4.13, personal explanation. A member may make a personal explanation at any time. A personal explanation may only relate to some material part of an earlier speech by the member, which may appear to have been misunderstood in the present debate. The ruling of the chair on this admissibility of a personal explanation will be final.
On the strength of that, I would like to make a personal statement about an ambiguity raised by Councillor McGregor towards me earlier on in the meeting. Councillor Eden raised a subject which has been discussed many, many times before. I did not barrack her. I looked at the chair and suggested we move on. Councillor McGregor then physically moved his chair aggressively towards me, turned round, shouted in my face very closely that I was shouting. That if I was shouting, the whole room would hear. I would therefore request Councillor McGregor apologises for his physical and verbal abuse. Thank you.
Members, please, please.
You're behaving like children, all of you.
As I mentioned before, and I had a nice debate with Councillor Dawes, didn't we? Let's be respectful to one another and agree to differ, all right? There are going to be times when we differ. I'd like to move on, please. Otherwise, we're going to be here. Richard.
Yeah, no.
Well, if you can make it quickly.
But it is pertinent, and it's something we discussed just in the break, and it's about the conflicts of interest and declaring interest, because I declared an interest at the start of the meeting of founding a charitable community benefit society, which is relating to the Alexandra Theatre. That theatre is going to be included in the next motion. So I had suggested to the monitoring officer that when he suggested to me during the break that I'd be breaking a criminal offence, actually, if I remained in the room, if I could speak to the motion and not vote, but that dispensation wasn't offered. I asked if I could stay in the room as a member of the public. That was suggested that my presence was clearly too strong to stay in the room. So I'm going to step out of the next motion. I'll take my time to actually write a speech. I've been invited by the Theatres Trust to a conference on the future of British theatre. So given this council's ignored me for 2 years and now silencing me, I'll go and give my voice to the UK theatre industry instead. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, we move on, please, to the notices of motion now that will be presented in item 13. The leader to present it, if I may. Item 13.
Chairman, can I just clarify that the member was given advice that he has the option to choose how he takes that advice. It wasn't an instruction, and it was clearly that the revised code of practice that came, it was the revised code of practice that was adopted by this council, sets out that if you are a director of a company, even if you're non-remunerated in terms of that, there is potentially a conflict of interest. We had to advise the councillor of that. It was up to the councillor to take that advice and do with it as he pleases. Now, I think that it was slightly unjust the way that was framed, but thank you.
Can I just ask what happens to me as a trustee? Charity.
Is a charity trustee different from a director of a company or a society? Sorry.
Paul's looking this up for you, David.
I'm just simply, Chair. Sorry, I'm just going to get the pertinent.
Well, it's clear that we're probably not going to finish the meeting before. Yeah, I'll come back to it, Paul. We're not going to finish the meeting before 1:45 or so. We will break for lunch then, because I don't think the meeting will be finished by then, the way it's going. Just take that point, because there's questions after. This will be a lengthy one in itself, by the look of it. But anyway, Paul Woodhead, our solicitor, is going to reply to you, David.
Thank you, Chair. Members, a little bit disappointed that we're having to clarify what went off during the debate. During the adjournment. Councillor Dawes is a director of an organisation which is a regulated organisation. He's declared that quite properly. The Council's Code of Conduct, the appendix to the Council's Code of Conduct, states that a disclosable pecuniary interest under employment means any employment, office, trade, profession or vocation carried on for profit or gain, and any unpaid directorship. I brought that to the Councillor's attention because given that creates a disclosable pecuniary interest, should the Councillor have remained in the chamber, taken part in the discussion, he would have committed a criminal offence if it was a disclosable public interest. I merely brought that to the attention of the councillor concerned and advised him, as I've just set out to you, and gave to him a choice, and the choice was a matter for him to make. Thank you.
Councillor Wrigley.
Thank you very much. This situation comes up quite frequently. Councillor Hook and myself are directors of the Newton Abbot CIC, and we disclose that when we're talking about the issues, and I believe that is quite correct. I personally would support Councillor Dawes to be in the room and part of the conversation. He has disclosed his interest. I was at a meeting yesterday when they were talking all about this new vehicle and what it was attempting to do, and I don't believe at this point there would be any significant conflict that should prevent him from staying and taking part in this debate.
Councillor Malone.
These items are on the agenda, Chair.
I know these items are on the agenda, but I'm doing my best to try and bring this council together rather than have division. All right? So that's the way it's my style of chairmanship. That's all.
This what's happening here is just ridiculous. I mean, this act of silencing, in effect, tells councillors that they can't, if they support or form community trusts of any kind, they can be excluded, they can be silenced, and the people that they represent can be completely disenfranchised. This is just a completely ad hoc and persecutory interpretation of the Constitution. And more to the point, it's against the law. You're in violation of laws of free association, of free speech, and of civic representation. The monitoring officer is breaking the law.
Chairman, can I be clear that this is the LGA's model code that we've adopted?
It's against
this
the
is
law.
it isn't
the law
against the
law.
law.
Not your toy town laws. The law of the bloody country. With respect, please.
I mean, let's be clear. If we're taking advice from experts, we've taken advice from the LGA and the model code. We've taken advice from the head of legal services. I'll leave that with you, councillors. We were giving advice to a councillor. The councillor can choose to take that advice or not. It was not an instruction. It was not an absolute. It was there giving him advice to help him in that decision, because if a challenge is made, then he was aware and alive to the consequences of a challenge or a legal case. I'll leave it as that. But this is the LGA's model code. If you want to go and look at the LGA model code, please do. It may help you in your information and your understanding.
If you can keep your points short, I will allow members to speak, because I don't want, if you like, to have all this diversity. So keep your points short, please. Councillor David Cox.
I appreciate what is being said by the monitoring officer and the managing director. Their hands are tidy, it was that. But we have put, Councillor Dawes has been excluded because he chose a form of charitable organisation. I wouldn't have let the FCA audit me, so I would have gone with the charity. I would have gone with a CICIO or a CIC company. But if he'd been on for a CIC, he'd have been a director. It is a certain amount of semantics, because if he'd chosen to go for a charity like Timber Pavilions, he would be a trustee, and he'd be allowed to stay as long as he declared his interest. So perhaps it's something to go back to the Procedures Committee, because there's a damn difference between a profitable company director being remunerated and a benefit society director. Quite a few of us, I think, here are trustees. So we could, it seems to go against the spirit. I understand the letter of the law, and the monitoring officer and the managing director's hands are tied. They needed to tell Councillor Dawes, but we ought to send it back to procedures, because this is that's not what was intended, I don't think, by the LGA thing. It's the wording we need to deep. I don't know, that perhaps
Yeah,
the Benefit Society needs to rename its directors trustees.
In the interest of moving it on, I am not going to allow everybody to speak, all and sundry, on this. He did go on his own volition.
He was threatened.
I don't think so, Liam.
He was threatened that there would be legal action.
Well, he was told the position. In order for legal action to happen, somebody's got to take that legal action against him. Now, who's going to take that legal action against him for breaking a code of conduct as it's written? That's the point that I'm making. He's going. Now, let's in fairness, not argue this till if you like, forever and ever. I think the time has come to move on to the serious business of this council, which is the next motion. All right? So let's move it on. Sorry, yes.
I don't know if it's actually a technical point of order.
It has to be broken.
I don't know if it's a rule that's been broken, but before this motion comes up, we were promised that officers would be providing reports on this matter, not a motion from the leader of the council. That was stated at the last full council meeting by the leader. He said that officers would bring forward a report to this meeting.
Can I clarify for you? Yeah, no, the leader did ask for a report. We advised the leader that we couldn't update him with anything that was prior to the business case that was agreed in February, and the monitoring report that was provided by the Section 151 officer gave an update of whether the budget was within there. We advised that where we are in the project, we couldn't provide anything that updated members at this point, and we would do that as and when more information came forward. We've been working weekly, daily on this project, so we did commit to that as and when anything would change. What I didn't commit to was we would endeavour to get a report to this committee. It wasn't an absolute, Councillor.
Thank you, Phil. Just on that matter, it does surprise me that we weren't updated prior to the meeting that wasn't going to happen then. Thank you.
Councillor Patch.
Thank you, Chair. I will try and be brief on this. Just with regard to the conversation we had about advice being offered, I thank Councillor Wrigley for pointing out the situation of himself and Councillor Hook. But just for clarity, really, and I'm sure I'm not the only member who would like this clarity, I'm unsure as that the situation, if Councillors Wrigley and Hook's situation is different from Councillor Dawes, and if it isn't different, should they be offered the same advice, the same legal advice about their participation?
Well, the advice is there in the code, isn't it?
Well, it is, but one member has been actively approached and advised about the possibility of criminal action, and two members in what seems to me to be a similar situation haven't been.
Paul Woodhead, our solicitor, is best placed to respond.
Thank you, Chair. Members, I'll set out an advice note for members if that would be helpful, by way of the members' newsletter or somewhere else, about the issues around trusteeship and such like, to enable this to move on. I shall I say, somewhat surprised at the response to an attempt to assist a councillor in during an adjournment to bring to his attention potential consequences to actions he may take. Maybe going forward I simply don't do that, and we'll go from there. Thank you, Chair.
Right, well, it's 1:45. I said we pretty well. It's 2 minutes away. We're going to be here after lunch. So, sorry.
Chairman, would you mind if I introduce the motion so that people can decide whether they want to stay or go over lunch?
Certainly.
I think it'd be important.
Yeah, I think anything would be helpful.
So, Chairman, thank you very much. May I ask Council if it would be willing to vote in favour of discussing the motion today? It's not possible for it to stand adjourned somewhere else, as it pertains, I understand, to a matter decided by Council at an earlier meeting. May I ask for a vote in favour of discussion debate today?
Certainly. Are you proposing 2/3 wish to debate it? We have a seconder for that? Yeah. A show of hands then, please, for 2/3 to debate it. We've got to get the numbers right here. Please keep your hands nice and vertical so Sarah can count. and myself.
All right,
I think
yeah,
we ought to have
yeah,
it debated.
Chairman, thank you for that, and thank you to colleagues for enabling the discussion. I've got a statement prepared. If I can read it, Chairman, then if colleagues wish to break for lunch, that would time to reflect.
That'd be brilliant, Leader. Thank you.
So, Chair, the motion is put before Council to confirm the broadest support for the future High Street Fund while navigating a positive way forward for the one issue about which there is clear difference. I believe there is unity across the chamber and beyond in welcoming the 9.2 million secured through the Future High Street Fund to enhance Newton Abbot. There is broad support for a new multi-screen cinema, and in saying this I make no comment about the current planning application so as not to predetermine the matter. And during debate I ask councillors to also avoid the risk of predetermination too. We have committed to continuing Newton Abbot's proud 800-year history as a market town, and our ambition is for it to be Devon's premier market town. There is, though, clear division with regard to the Alexandra building. That division, in my personal view, risks us snatching economic defeat from the jaws of victory for Newton Abbot and the wider district if, together, we cannot find a new way forward that delivers the things we have broad agreement on and looks afresh at the Alex. Subject to a further report setting out options for the Alex, I believe that it would be possible to focus on the market hall as a market and the planned eatery. This would enable the wall between the Alex and the market hall to remain. The Alex could be considered outside the scope of the Future High Street Fund. However, the impacts of such a decision on the Council's case to the Future High Street Fund will need to be assessed and be subject to the Government's green light for such a change, I understand. Officers will need to bring a new report to Council's consideration setting out options for the Alex. For example, and not restricted to, would the Council wish to sell the freehold of the Alex or a long lease? How do we ensure any new operator actually does provide a comprehensive year-round arts and cultural programme? Understanding what, if any, impact there is on council budgets of isolating the Alex from the Future High Street Fund. If councillors agree to this new approach, there is significant work to be done and a closing window of time to December when the council must submit its next stage of the Future High Street Fund to the government. Speaking personally, and without committing the council or its officers, I believe it might well be possible that an arts and cultural community groups and organisations could be invited to submit initial proposals within the first few months of the new year, with a full business plan in, say, June or July. This would give those with an interest real time to work together, prepare their plans with decisions taken forward by a new council. I restate, this is simply my view. For now, colleagues, I suggest there are three options before the council, and they are these. Carry on as already endorsed by the council. 2, stop completely and do nothing. 3, endorse the intent of this motion. I invite the council to support the third, endorse the intent of this motion, because in doing so it supports a new multi-screen cinema for Newton Abbot, remodelling the market hall to encompass the planned eatery, looking afresh at the options for the Alex, probably outside the scope of the Future High Street Fund. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. So how long would you like now to break for? We haven't got any lunch here as such, so why is it going to have to be 30?
We're breaking for lunch.
15 minutes. 15 walkabout.
Right, it's 15 minutes, so it's 10 to 1 now. We'll see you back at 10 what is it, 5 past 1, is that?
15 minutes.
5 past Thank you everybody for coming back, and hopefully we won't be breaking any records for the longest council meeting here today. So I'd like to try and press on if we can, keep things fairly succinct if we can. So thank you to Alan Connett for outlining the motion in item 13. And so I'm going to open it up for debate. Has there been a seconder and a proposer? We haven't. You seconded it. You proposed it. Right. Okay. So I'm opening it up for debate. Try and keep your comments to the minimum if you can. Councillor. Colin Parker.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. I, for one, would like to also support part of this motion and all of it if we get some sort of agreement. The first three items on the proposal are quite logical, and I can see the step way forward, so I've no problems at all with the first three items of this proposal or this motion. We then come on to 4, 5 and 6, which is where I think we need some sort of clarity. Number 4, it says review proposals for existing market hall in order to propose the market offers to draw in new traders and more customers. And we've heard the leader already say today that the wall between the market hall and the Alexander Theatre stroke cinema will remain, and that's what they'll be looking at. And I too agree with this. If we cast our minds back 2 or 3 meetings ago of this full council, 3 or 4 of us tried to say then that we could have a win-win situation here. If we only looked at the one building as 2 separate items, the market hall could be enhanced, could have exactly what this council his ambitions are for that market hall, with a new mezzanine floor put in, and at that time those ideas were poo-pooed. Hopefully we can now start talking sensibly with this council, and those proposals can be looked at in realistically and can increase the footfall and that into the market hall with a new mezzanine floor, with the cafe or bar or whatever you want on that floor, and the trade-in and traders on the ground floor. It says to commission a season of street performance to draw more people into the town. Great, don't disagree. I hope that this council will talk to the town centre manager, Sally Henley, in order that we're not duplicating things that's going on in the town that she manages to put on, or in fact works with her to enhance what's being put on in the town centre. If we get that sort of agreement, then again I can support this motion. And finally we come to perhaps the nub of the matter, and that is to consider a fresh option for the Alexander Theatre stroke cinema building. Again, I welcome this. I see this, councillors, as this council just providing a crack in that door that was shut to us several weeks ago. And that crack we can now push against. And I hope that through this debate we will get the sense that this council is willing to talk to the organisations which want to improve the Alexander Theatre alongside a new cinema, which we won't go into because, as the leader has alluded to, it is due to a planning application. But I went to a meeting last night of the Heart of Teignbridge Cultural Group, which Councillor Dawes actually alluded to earlier on, to say that he had become a director of the CBS, which was set up. And at that meeting, again, plans were put forward that we tried to bring to this council several weeks ago, which were done by architect Jeremy Newcomb. He brought forward plans. Those plans have now been progressed even more. There is now costings, etc., for those plans. And I hope that this council is genuine enough to actually now talk to this group and to actually try and move this project forward. I believe that we were in a situation several weeks ago until the door was shut. We're now back in that situation with this door slightly ajar, where we can have a win-win situation for Newton Abbot. We can create a cultural hub, which would include a new cinema, a new refurbished and upgraded theatre, stroke cultural hub, and a more realistic market hall that will benefit not just the traders, but residents and visitors alike. So with that, I will now let someone else speak, but I hope that this council can convince me that their feelings, and I'm sure they are, I just need convincing, that their feelings and the open door is open for us now to negotiate and for us to come to some sort of final thing that we all get what we want. Thank you.
Now going to Councillor Alan Connett, the leader, to see whether he can accommodate some of your demands and what we're seeking here before we have anybody else to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm grateful to Councillor Hocking for what he says, and I think I can provide some reassurances in some of the areas. Certainly there has been commentary in the past about splitting out the Alex and having a different set of proposals for that. As I recall, and I may have misunderstood and apologise if I have, we had all been talking about it as though it were part of the overall Future High Street Fund. The Damascene sort of vision, as it were, and what's different about this motion and what I said in my introductory comments to it were that the Alex would be taken out of the Future High Street Fund. We would treat it differently. The Future High Street Fund would continue with the cinema proposal, with the market hall, but the Alex would be treated differently, and I think that's the difference between then and now. What I'm also clear about, and I hope I made clear in my commentary, is that we would want, or the council would want to invite the range of interest from more than one group. There may be other groups within the community that also have ambitions or expertise. They may all come together, Chairman. I don't set out that it is just one group or a preferred group, but simply that the council, having identified a change of approach, would want to draw in a wide range of expressions of interest, and hence I talked about people having ample time to think about their ideas, maybe come together, maybe to pursue their individual proposals, but the council at a later date would invite those expressions of interest and give ample time for full business cases to be worked up. And I tried to indicate the type of timeline that might be. I think Councillor Hocking makes a very good point around the proposal for street performances, which is why the motion says commission a season of street performances rather than simply provide. And that was to leave it open so that we would obviously want to work complementary with the Town Council. I don't know what arrangements there may be for the Town Council for 2023, but if members are minded to support this, what it indicates is an approach from the Council to support improved, enhanced street performances, and quite rightly I would expect, as I no doubt Councillor Hocking is as well, that the District Council will work with the Town Council and others, and even an emergent cultural and community group, in order to provide those things, Chairman. So I hope I've answered Councillor Hocking's questions and given him the reassurances as best I can provide here today. And I do invite all colleagues to support the motion as set out.
Councillor Patch, then Councillor Bullivan.
Thank you. There was a slight flag. I'll just start by saying I do endorse totally everything that Councillor Hocking said. There was a slight flag raised for me in the leader's presentation prior to our break and what he's just said, in that this idea of separating off the Alex and not including it in the Future High Streets Fund. As I would think there's a very good case, bearing in mind the Jeremy Newcombe plans, which have been very comprehensively worked up, and I gather business plan work has been done alongside of that. I really don't see the logical argument for trying to exclude that from this project going forward. I mean, I must be honest, putting a slight cynical head on for a change, it seems to me that the executive wants to say, yes, we've changed our mind, we've had a Damascene conversion, but by golly, we're not going to be seen to be admitting that we were wrong a few months ago when we ruled out this application. It seems to me that with this money available, very active consideration should be given to including the Jeremy Newcombe plan into the various options going forward, and that moves on to a second point I'd like to make. I'm quite bemused that was it 3-4 months ago? I think it might be approaching 6 months ago. We were told there's no time to revisit plans. We have to do it now. That's why we can't look at the Jeremy Newcombe plan. And now we're being told, oh, hang on, we'll take the foot off the pedal. We can wait a few months, maybe next year. When in fact we've got a ready-made proposal that would allow a much tighter timescale that would not jeopardise the loss of these millions of pounds that are on offer to come into the area. So I would just flag those issues, really. I think very active consideration should be given to the inclusion of the Jeremy Newcombe plan as a viable alternative, and that perhaps in light of that we should be a bit more optimistic on timescales.
Names of councillors down: Councillor Bullivant, Councillor Cox, and Councillor Linda Petherick, and I expect there'll be others. All right, so let's do it in that order that I've said. Councillor Phil Bullivant, please.
Thank you. I think everybody in this room would like to find a resolution for the use of the Alex, and hopefully that can incorporate the High Street Theatre as well. My question really is one of uncertainty from my own point of view, and I'd appreciate some clarity, please. The High Street Fund is a government grant of 9.2 million, and as all government grants, come with conditions applied and timescales attached. Is there an officer present who could actually explain what the implications or ramifications are of any deviation or change to that process would be? And I'd find that extremely helpful. The second question is, I understand that the 9.2 million was based on a preliminary series of designs and numbers of options and the cinema, the other works that were associated with it. If we are proposing to do something for the Alex, to create the Alex Theatre, how are the additional, if there are additional costs incurred with that, can Teignbridge contribute towards those additional costs? Or did it have the facilities to enable it to do so? Thank you.
I'm going now to Neil Blaney to see if he can answer some of those questions that Councillor Bullivant has posed.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, Councillor Bullivant's correct. The award, the grant funding is over a 3-year period, so all monies need to be spent by March 2024. When we submitted our bid, we set out what expenditure there'd be per year. So we set out, the way the process works is we set out how much we're going to have each year. The government will then fund on a yearly basis, and in December, the year before the next award or the drawdown, we set out where we are in terms of progress, how much we've spent, and then what's going to happen in the next year. Has there been any variation? Do we bring things forward? Do we push it back? Is it on track? So at the moment, we are working towards the scheme as approved by members, with the drawdowns coming through in this next year. We need to report back to government in December to say how we've got on, and then where we're going to be into next year. So it was one of the risks we were going to flag to members that I think Councillor Patch has mentioned when this was discussed in February last year, we said time was against us. It still is. So there is a risk with any delays. We would need to look at alternatives that would need to be costed and reviewed in the same way that the original submission was done. We haven't been presented with any information on the business case for alternative plans. It was discussed in detail, and so members have obviously considered, voted on, and we've moved forward on the basis of what was before us. So I can't say now where that will leave us. Clearly any pause on a timescale that's expending the money by March 2024 puts that money at risk. So it's a decision that we've been making with a great deal of uncertainty, and we would need to look to commission again the same consultants who helped support the original bid. And if we were going to look, and Councillor Connor mentioned, before we report back in December, with certainty what that change request would be. So I think it's been debated previously about can we change our submission, and we've always said we can, but we need to have the evidence and the business case to demonstrate that what we've got is deliverable. When government review how much we've spent and what we're proposing to spend, it's in a memorandum of understanding that we've signed with government, that when they look at the review, they can make a decision as to whether they support it, whether they've got concern, or whether they may decide they may wish to withhold the funding because they're not convinced that it'll be spent within the set time period. So that would be the next step. If members were to agree today to progress, I think we'd need clarity on specifically what options that we'll be considering, because clearly we've looked at some in the development of the bid in the first place. It's part of the evaluation process which started back in 2018 for Future High Street Fund, which was an expression of interest, then an outline business case. We secured funding to develop the detailed business case, and we used the Treasury Green Book evaluation process, which we can send a link out for everyone to see it. There's multiple assessments that go alongside that. So it's quite a detailed bit of work, and it's called the 5-case business model. It's not just a straightforward, we submit our bid and they give us the money. We also need to look at a strategic case, so why is this funding needed, what its aims and objectives. An economic case, is it value for money, and have a range of options being considered. And that's a really important part of all of this, is that consideration of options is fundamental to the Green Book approach. So we need to make sure we've tested everything, and we've got the best balance of cost, benefits and risk. There's the commercial case, is it viable, and can we secure a deal for the money? There's the financial case, is it affordable? Because this isn't just government money, it's also the district council's money. So we've got to make sure costs are realistic and affordable, and that the funding does cover everything that we're looking at. And then the management case of, is it achievable? So we need to be able to answer all of those questions. So when we go forward with any alternative proposal, if we were to take an alternative plan back to government, we need to be able to demonstrate along those grounds that the options that we are now considering meet those objectives. I think Future High Street Fund, if we were to go back with a proposal that did, I don't think they'd have an issue necessarily with amendments to the plan, but it's having that alternative case, having something robust and reliable, and giving us certainty that if we do go forward, it will be accepted. So I can't answer any more than that at the moment. We don't know until we get to that point. We've got another thing that members just need to be aware of is we've been progressing in line with the council resolution in February this year. So there's a number of aspects that are in motion in terms of preparing the sites. We've got the application in for the cinema, but we've also got to start preparing for the next step, which would be demolition of buildings, ending of leases, looking at diversions of utilities, and sort of what's going to go on in the next step of pre-ordering things for the construction. So there's costs involved with that. There's been a slight pause, but the next stage, if we're looking at some of these, is we've got an enabling cost of about £300,000, which would be needed to enable the cinema element to it. That doesn't add any value to our real estate. It's funded through the grant at the moment, but obviously decisions we make today, we need to consider what the knock-on or the consequences might be for some elements of those projects, and if we pause those, again the timeline issue comes into play, in that we've set out a timeline to meet the delivery of this project by
2024. Not the whole project, because this is about the drawdown of the government money by March 2024. There is still the District Council's contribution, which can be after March 2024, so you can still push some of that a little bit further back, but the bulk of it and being able to use the government money needs to be spent by March 2024. Sorry, that's quite...
Thank you for Neil Blaney for outlining that in detail. Next on the item to speak was Councillor David Cox, followed by Linda Petherick, followed by Councillor Andrew McGregor.
I'm in the unusual position of agreeing totally with what Mike had to say, and I'm very pleased that there's going to be a charitable benefit society. I'm not sure that was necessarily the right status to have, but it's useful. That could act as an organisation that would run the Alexandra building as an arts centre. So that's quite a positive step, and I think I totally agree with Mike. We need to win-win. We need to, you know. Perhaps we need to eat humble pie as a council, but let's get it right for the people and work together. But it does take two to tango, so everybody's got to start to agree to work together. There is a slight problem with the Future High Streets Fund, whether that can be used for the Alexandra, because remember, as a charitable benefits, as an exempt charity, there will be grants that effectively the people running the building, I hope, can get. So it may not be that fund can be used for a charitable institution. They may need to go to grants, for grants for awards for all of the Arts Council. But that's, I think, really positive. I think we need to pass this motion today and fiddle the detail towards the with the various parties. But I think we should support this motion today.
Thank you, David. Next is Councillor Linda Petherick.
I agree with what Mike has said as well, not quite, but there's just some things that I'd like to ask, some questions. You know, I remember when this all got brought to council, and I actually feel for the officers who have done all the work on this project. And one of the questions is, will they now have to start from scratch and rework this bid again? What impact will these changes have on the funding bid? We were all told it was time limited, so I'm surprised that, you know, a few months later we're coming back and saying that we now have got the time to change it, because we were told that the plans couldn't be changed. And I'm a bit concerned about what we will be reporting back to the government in December, about how things have suddenly changed. And I want to know, why has the executive changed their minds? I want to understand why this has been brought back and changed so completely.
Are you in a position, Councillor Connett, to answer sort of Linda at this stage rather than...
Yeah, I can happily pick up a number of the questions, Chairman. In terms of Councillor Bullivant, could Teignbridge, for example, contribute to additional costs? The essence of the motion was to try and gauge the appetite for members for carrying on as was set out previously, to stop and just say, well, we're not going to continue anymore, or whether there was an appetite for some change which recognised the issues around the Alex. I think there is broad consensus around a cinema and around the market hall, and as I identified when I spoke prior to the lunch break about the eatery being included up there, and that creates an opportunity. When we met last time, I don't think anyone said there couldn't be changes, because we knew that other councils had made changes, and I think officers rightly pointed out that it wasn't on a whim. It required work and evidence and to identify why that was about. What we've all spoken about, at least as I recall, was about the Alex being part of, an intrinsic part of the Future High Street Fund, the bid that the council had originally made. The invitation I'm making to council now is to say, look, if we want to keep the wall up and we want the Alexandra to be a cultural venue, might be possible for us to take it out. So the Future High Street Fund continues. We work on the cinema and the market, but actually we look at the Alexandra in a different way, and that may make a difference. But it also provides scope, because part of the issue has been about who would have the Alex. I know there are interested organisations, or an interested organisation, but it's not for council today to presume it's any one provider. There may be other providers. There may be a group of providers who want to get together with the organisation that's been put together just recently. We want to draw together the best, and we want to give them time to think about funding, to think about their business case, and not to be rushed. Officers are working against the clock, and as Neil Blaney said, we have to submit our next stage response to government in December. Officers have assured me that while it will be a push, we have the capacity to do this bit of work, which if the Alex was taken out, we can do the other work around how that works around the market, what the impacts might be, and to put together the best case to government. Now, Councillor Linda Petherick asked, we were told the plans couldn't change, and I mentioned that I believed when we spoke previously it was recognised they could change, and I understand, although I've not seen it personally, that Yeovil, South Somerset District Council, Yeovil had applied for a change which had been granted. Will officers now need to work from scratch? Now, I don't believe they're going to need to work from scratch. They haven't told me that. There's a body of work, and as I understand it, if members are minded to support the motion, we will need to commission some additional work, but I suspect a lot of that will be based on research that's already being done, but some new work will need to be in hand. There will be some costs in this. But if the prize for everyone is a cultural centre based on the Alexandra building, then my view as leader of the council was that most members, maybe all members, would understand that and say, okay, this is what we want to do. We're mindful about the opportunity here. Edge and Patch, Councillor Patch says he detects a slight flag. No, not actually, no flag on my part. There is an ambition to reach out and offer a change. There is an ambition on my part to ensure that those groups that may have an interest in the Alexandra building have the best possible lead time to consider their ideas, work together, come together, and if they want to, or if they're going to submit separate bids, but they come together and they have their time to do that. So I do understand Councillor Patch's concern, but that's not the motivation here. There's no sense from me about being foot off the pedal, so much as trying to give people the chance for Newton Abbot to get the best from this chairman. Councillor Cox spoke, and he invited people to support the motion, and I support that view too.
Right, we've got Councillor Andrew McGregor, then Councillor Liam Malone, and Councillor Patch wants to come back for a second time, briefly, I hope.
Thank you, Chair. As the debate's gone on, one or two points have become clear, so my question and kind of direction has changed slightly. Councillor Connett has mentioned the fact that we need to find out whether there are other interested parties. Now, bearing in mind this has been an extremely public debate over the Alexandra Theatre for the last year and a half, and that there's been exchanges backwards and forwards with various groups in support. It does surprise me that we're now talking about then going out and finding more people. So if we are going to do that, I suggest we put an absolute timescale in of a maximum of 4 weeks. We advertise that and we put out for 4 weeks. It's been in the public domain for 18 months. People have had lots and lots of opportunities to engage, and several people have been engaged. And of course, I'm quite sure that we have all seen the emails back a few last year that show that at least one of those groups was rebuffed in its attempts to try and get changes done on the Alexandra Theatre. But let's focus away from that. Sorry, did you want to interject, Phil?
Yes.
I appreciate what you say, Councillor. I think there is an issue with the Council's duty to achieve best value and ensuring that we can have an adequate time for other groups who may wish to come forward who didn't think this opportunity was there. So I would have to support the leader's view that it would be a time to take. Just determining that you want to give it to one group wouldn't guarantee best value for taxpayers. Or the opportunity for others to bid into that sense. So it would be probably something that myself and the monitoring officer and the Section 151 officer would resist in terms of your proposal for 4 weeks, because that wouldn't be an adequate time in terms of us getting the information and then being able to evaluate that. That's probably too short. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you, Phil. So in terms of going back last year, that at least one group was rebuffed in its attempts to things. So talking about engagement does seem a little bit of an interesting subject at this stage. But let's not forget the Future High Street Fund isn't just about the Alexandra Theatre. There are elements to it as well. So we need to be cognizant of the idea that whilst the Alexandra Theatre is extremely important, it's not the whole story here. But coming back to the Alexandra Theatre, because it is quite obviously the topic of discussion, particularly around one of the clauses in the motion, is that the idea was that it was going to be retained, but that isn't actually accurate. What they were talking about was returning the market hall to its entirety with a performance stage in the middle of the market hall. That wasn't retaining the Alexandra Theatre at all. And that's a significant change. And when it comes to planning, and this is where the assumptions are being made, unless I'm mistaken here, the assumption is that planning is just going to be a breeze through. We're talking about a Grade 2 listed building as it stands at the moment. It's not a Grade 2 listed building for when it was built in 1860, whatever, or even 1927 when it was created as a market hall and cinema. It was listed relatively recently, within the last 60 years, and it's as it stands at the moment. So changes to that building now are going to take a significant amount of analysis and planning. So not changing it might actually be a benefit, because it means that we don't actually have to then change anything. We don't have to make a planning application for it, so we save money there. I'm assuming the current residents, current tenants would have to do a restitution to the condition of the building as it was when they took on the lease. So they would be expected to do that, whereas if it's included in the Future High Street Fund, what we're talking about then is they get away with that, and we then have to fork out the whole money for doing that. So there's a huge amount of pluses and minuses in there, and I think we should be cognizant there's an opportunity here that we make a firmer commitment to looking at the Alexandra Theatre as a standalone entertainment venue, but within the pretext of the Future High Street Fund spending. Thank you.
It's Councillor Liam Malone now, please.
Thank you, Chair. May I commend you on your chairmanship so far? I'm enjoying it very much. First of all, clarification from Councillor Dawes. Paul Woodhead walked over to me and told me I would be committing a criminal offence if I stayed in the room. It is very clear. The same thing was not said to Councillors Hook or Wrigley, who are directors of the CIC, a far more influential and far more long-standing institution than the one formed with Councillor Dawes last week. It is application of laws according to who you want to persecute, and it's against the law. Now, moving on. This is all very confusing, isn't it? Because, I mean, all this stuff about talking to interested parties. There are 45 interested parties that approached you a long time ago, and none of them have been consulted with. They've all been ignored. I mean, when this was first presented to us, we were told that, you know, we've got to accept it or we lose the money. You know, it couldn't be re-looked at, it couldn't be re-examined. We'd be bonkers, Gordon Hook's word, not mine, to stop for a minute and question the course of action. You know, that was the gun you put to everyone's head when this was taken. And now, according to action points 1, 2 and 3, it's suddenly possible to seek additional advice, ask the government for more time, seek a variance on the proposal, all things that were simply unconscionable to this council when we begged it to reconsider. Now, can we just face up to what's really happening here? before we blunder into the next unplanned adventure, because the whole town hated your plan. Last night, some of the most esteemed academic minds got together to ask how the hell such thing even got sanctioned. And when an institution like Austin's department store has a window display mourning the culture and the creative opportunities for children you plan to take away, you know you're playing for the wrong team. And your artist impression of the cinema in the local press just released a geyser of derision. The noise is now so loud, I expect, that even Mr. Connett, who likes to govern this district with his fingers in his ears, must have heard it by now. Let's look at the timing of this. There's nothing in this motion about maintaining the wall. There's nothing in this motion that sets aside for good the disastrous plan that you came up with. And let's look at the timing of it. People will go away and consider and reconvene conveniently just after the election. So you can kick this into the long grass because you know it's really, really unpopular. And then you're going to come back and say, oh, we couldn't come up with a better plan. We'll revert to what we were doing before. It's just cynicism. So that you can go out and do 3 minutes of litter picking with your coat hanger smiles and expect to get 4 more years of this nonsense. That's what is behind this. In terms of culture, you're putting a fig leaf of £300,000 of culture on this. Can some of that money go into some sort of course so that you guys can learn what that actually means? A culture is a way in which a group of people express themselves. They express themselves very clearly here in letters, petitions, protests, processions, songs. A huge outpouring of culture, which you completely ignored. You ignored all of it. The only culture you've engendered in this district is one of anger and distrust. So this is just insane. Councillor Goodman Bradbury was at the meeting last night, and people were talking about her without realising she was there. And when she did speak, she admitted that her position as champion of culture was only a badge. It wasn't actually something that you actually did anything with. And she hasn't answered questions on culture from anyone who has emailed her. So can we start with taking that badge off her, because it's not doing very much, is it? It's a complete waste of time. Councillor Connett is the least cultural man who has ever lived. Not my words, Gordon Hook's words. He said them to us in a meeting with NSN. I'm betraying a confidence, but I don't care at this point. It's gone too far. You don't know what you're doing with culture. This idea about getting street performers, that's just completely back to front. I've been a street performer for years. We turn up where there's people, where there's life, where there's money. Create these things and you'll have street performers. It works that way round. I've never heard of a council paying for street performers and expecting that to, engender a rich civic life. That is like spending £300,000 on wasps and expecting them to attract a picnic. It's just bonkers. You don't know what you're doing. And I think that this is just a cynical plan to kick the whole thing into the long grass until you've got the election out the way, and then you're going to carry on ignoring the entire population just as you have been up to now.
Before I go back to Councillor Patch and Councillor Bullivant, I want to know whether there's any other members that wish to speak on this issue. Right, well, before I come to you, Alan, if I may, I think the best way forward to this as chairman is to take each of these items 1 to 6 in their separate words to see what we can get out of this to get past today. So that's where I'm taking this as chairman in a minute.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, it's a single motion.
Can't we go through each paragraph and to see?
It stands.
Well, I want to read out each one to see where Councillor Connett can help me to do it.
I can help you. The motion was devised as an entity.
Yes.
And in this entity. So I would resist taking it point by point because I think members see it in its entirety, and I think it's very clear.
I wasn't looking to throw out any of the motion. as chairman. I was wanting to hear a little bit more information about each item, if it's possible, because it also says 1, 2 and 3, which Councillor Mike Hocking was alluded to, were quite acceptable. And the consensus is it appears to be going that way. And it also says, and also 2. And we can take 4, 5 and 6 and see whether you can give some assurances on what you can do from members' comments to date. That's all I'm seeking for you to do to try and get it through. But first of all, we'll go back to Councillor Patch and to Councillor Bullivant.
Chairman. I think there's a few areas that Councillor Connett set out at the beginning, that Neil Blaney set out, and there seems to be some confusion in the chamber over timescales and funding. I think Neil set out that we're trying to achieve a timescale that means we have to review the business case and submit it to government in December, and I expect those approvals hopefully 6 weeks after that, because currently the team that are looking at it are also dealing with UK Shared Prosperity Fund and levelling up funding bids as well. So in terms of the risk, I think Councillor Connett did set out that there is a risk to doing this, that we might not get the funding. So it might not be achievable by March 2024 in terms of the spend. So there is a risk there, which councillors have, I think, not fully appreciated in terms of this doesn't guarantee us. The other bit is, obviously you wish to state what you want us to do, and we will follow that, and Councillor Connett has set out that there may be costs involved in doing the work necessary for that, around the business case following the Green Book approach to this and the change requests. What that doesn't guarantee is that Future High Street Fund accepts what you want. So we still have the risk of the Future High Street Fund accepting it. And I'm sorry, I don't agree with Councillor Patch's view that this can be done very quickly. This is a process that took us many months to do. It was a far more complex business case when we had the whole range of projects, because that took into account, at the time, decking of a flat car park, the improvements to Queen Street, the differences and changes to the market hall and the new cinema. So there is a huge amount of work to be done, and we are at risk of, if we go with your proposals here, which is totally up to you if you wish to support those, we will work to do that. I cannot give you the guarantee, and I think Neil, in terms of the project team, the project officers, that's where we are, isn't it? And in terms of Martin for the Section 151 officer, you haven't got the financial guarantee that you will get all of your £9.2 million and you will spend it as you wish to spend it. So I think Councillor Connett was clear about that at the beginning. I think he set that out. I think Neil set that out. Hopefully, I'll invite either Martin or Neil to clarify anything that I may have misread myself.
Thank you, Managing Director. Right, we've gone back to the questions that Councillor Patch had his hand up to speak for a second time, and so did Councillor Bullivant. So could we hear from them?
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to reassure Mr. Cheers that I don't take any sense of self-esteem from whether he agrees with me on anything or not. I'd just like to say I've had a look at this motion, and I can't see anything in there at all, unless I'm missing something, about taking the Alexandra out of the Future High Streets funding. Now, so unless Councillor Cornett is proposing an amendment to his motion, it seems to me that he's asking us to vote for something and then deliver something totally different. So I would, if there's to be an amendment, I would like to propose an amendment that on item 6 in that list, to consider fresh options for the Alexandra Cinema Theatre building, especially including the retention of the Alexandra within the Future High Street funding project, but retaining the wall. I'm not sure if anybody would second that.
Amendment and a seconder, then Patch and Linda Petherick. Right. Now, could we have the next speaker, which is Councillor Bullivant.
In light of what the Managing Director has said, Newton Abbot is at risk of losing 9.2 million investment in the centre of the town. Newton Abbot is a town that needs that investment. I'm happy with the suggestions that the leader is making in terms of being able to look at some ideas, but whatever we do, what we don't want is a Pyrrhic victory. which says on one hand we want to do something, and then find we don't have the resources and finance given to us to be able to do it. So whilst I'm very happy to support the ideas that Councillor Connett is coming forward with, and I think they're good ideas to see what can be delivered without jeopardising that investment in Newton Abbot, it's something I think, if at all possible, we should do. Can I have that assurance from Councillor Connett that decisions that we make today minimise any dangers or risks to the funding of 9.2 million, because Newton Abbot and the people of Newton Abbot do need that investment to take place? Thank you.
I'm going to come back to Councillor Connett on that now. It seems to be hinging around item number 6 of this motion, doesn't it? Which is another the thing. The amendment proposed surrounds 6. So I don't know whether Councillor Connett can give us any assurances about the wall in 6. I mean, 6 is to consider afresh the options for the Alexandra Cinema Theatre building, the cost of living crisis and expected national economic situation are such that the Council believes these established a compelling case for review as set out above. So it's over to Alan to see what...
Thank you, Chairman. What I've tried to set out in 6 is embrace the, I think, mood of members that they would like to see the Alexandra building retained with the wall in place, and then not to constrain the ability of officers to negotiate the best we can in terms of speaking to Future High Street Fund, and ideally we'll be able to do the Alex as part of it. But let's suppose government saying no, that's not possible, or whatever the issues are around that, because we now want it to be a cultural centre. I was trying to identify to Council that the way forward would most likely be that the Alexandra is taken out of the Future High Street Fund and then becomes a council project, very much to be delivered. The timescale I indicated, and I think I was very clear that it was my personal view, was around giving groups who may have an interest the opportunity to consider their proposals and come to Council. In terms of Councillor Patch's amendment, I would resist it because I think it constrains the option. In terms of Councillor Malone's commentary, I quite liked the joke he told in relation to Gordon Hook and what he said about me. I think I told Gordon that in the first place. The essence of it is, on the one hand, Councillor Malone has criticised the Council for apparently not listening. When it comes to Council and says, we think there may be a way forward, slightly different, but there's a way forward, he criticises the Council for listening. And in essence, Chairman, I think Councillor Malone has particular gifts and talents, and as he's described them, as a street performer, not necessarily a council performer. What I'm seeking to do is bring around a motion which tries to serve Newton Abbot and the wider district, that delivers the cinema, that delivers the market hall in a different way to that originally perceived, because we put the eatery in, and gives the community the scope to deliver the cultural arts centre based on the Alexandra, which is what many people have wanted. And there is an opportunity through this motion as set out, Chairman. But I think if we start to amend it with more detailed approaches, the risk is hands will be tied, and then I really do think we run the risk of snatching defeat from what could be a very good community victory. Thank you, Chairman.
Who was next to speak? It was Councillor McGregor, then Councillor Mike Hocking.
Thank you again, Chair. I just wanted to come back on a point that Councillor Cox raised in terms of the Community Benefit Society. Surely they would be looking to take on the Alexandra Theatre after the work had been done rather than prior to the work being done, and therefore any grants that they would get would be for delivery of the benefit to the local community. In terms of the timescales, I mean, this is really quite the important thing here. The managing director kindly elucidated on the need to ensure that we get value for money, and this is the crux of the matter. Councillor Bullivant said, it's a risk of losing 9.2 million. I think the total spend is somewhere in the region of 13 million, including Devon County Council's input into changes in Queen Street. And amongst other things. So it's quite a significant amount of money. We need to be cognizant that Newton Abbot needs this money spent, but we need to make sure it's spent in exactly the right way. And I think Councillor Patch has made a good amendment suggestion on the basis that let's look at an option to take the Alexandra Theatre out of the Future High Street Fund. It's a tiny element of the total delivery of the Future High Street Fund. Therefore, the rest of it is still transformative in terms of Newton Abbot. And that is the key word when it comes to the Future High Street Fund. If we can demonstrate that it's still transformative based on taking the Alexandra Theatre out, I don't see there being a problem with the government unless they're looking to cut costs, as usual. Thank you.
Do you want to come back on that, Alan?
Chairman, I think I've said all I need to say about the motion. I think it gives our officers the widest scope.
Yeah, okay.
Ideally, it will stay within the Future High Street Fund, but let's suppose it wasn't possible to do that. I'm trying to illustrate that the council could deal with the Alex outside of the Future High Street Fund. Least favourite option, but an option. So I'm trying to give scope and flexibility to the officers to bring back, and as we say in one, bring back a detailed report to council, in terms of what it is possible. Now, there's a bit of time when that conversation needs to be had. So I really don't want to tie the hands of the officers.
I can see where you're coming from, but there is an amendment put up by Councillor Patch and seconded by Councillor Linda Petherick, and the amendment has to be voted on first.
Chair, Councillor Bradford seconded the amendment.
Councillor Bradford, right. That's writing it down wrongly. Okay. Right, now who else was speaking? Councillor Mike Hocking, wasn't it? Next, thank you.
Thank you, Chair, for letting me come back. Just really one sort of thing. I've been listening to what the leader has been saying, and he's assuring me to a certain extent that he is willing to listen to the group that's already put plans forward and other groups that may or may not come forward, or it could be a combination of all of them. But I am concerned that that the Alexander comes out of the High Street Fund bid. It is the Alexander, the Market Hall, and the new cinema is all one unit, if you like, one idea, and it all depends on each other being done correctly. Unfortunately, there's been a planning application come in for the theatre that could or may not affect what happens at the Alexander. It could or may not affect what happens at the Market Hall. It depends on what it happens when that unit comes, or when that application comes to committee. But we need to be very careful that I am wondering whether things have come forward out of zinc, if you like, because I was under the impression that it was the Market Hall and Alexander Theatre would come before the cinema, and then the cinema would fall in with that. It does worry me, and I think we need to be very conscious of the fact that one piece coming out of zinc could actually affect the whole lot. So in fact, you may not get what you think you're going to get if one part of it gets a planning application that it thinks it's going to get. I've got to be very careful because I may be on that planning committee when it comes forward. I may not. Hopefully, I'm not. I'll leave it to somebody else to make the decisions. But from my point of view, I think what the leader has been saying, and I'm assuming he is talking for this council and the officers within it, as such he should, that at this stands at the moment, I am happy to support this motion, although, as I say, the caveat is that I would like to see it treated as one rather than trying to pull out. And I understand what he's saying, but I wouldn't like to see the Alexander being pulled out and saying, oh, that's something different, because what happens in the other two parts of the equation may well affect what happens at that building. So I'll leave it there.
Councillor Connacht wants to come back and comment on that, if I may.
I think Councillor Hocking makes some really good points, and I'm going to try and deal with them as I remember them. There may be a planning application for the theatre from a third-party group, but of course they don't own the theatre, and people can put in planning applications on land and buildings they don't own. That would have to be dealt with by the council in its proper processes if an application were received. In relation to Councillor Hocking's point in what order, my recollection is that it was always the intention to proceed with the cinema first, because once the new cinema was in place, that's actually what allowed the Market Hall and the Alex to be processed. So cinema first, Alex Market Hall next. If this motion is supported, I think it supports what Councillor Hocking is indicating, in that there's a separate consideration around a cinema, no predetermination from any member wanted there. The Market Hall, there's a bit of work. If members support, there's a bit of work to look at how we do that. And then I'm fully committed to the Alex as part of Newton Abbott's regeneration. We just look at it in a different way, so that it gives those group or those groups that may have an interest in it time to fully develop their plans and proposals, for council to see the proper business cases and to make that consideration. So I think I can provide the reassurance that Councillor Hocking is seeking. What I think he was maybe concerned about there was that the council processed with a cinema, processed with the Market Hall, and then didn't worry about the Alex. That is absolutely not the intention, because the whole bit is around the regeneration of Newton Abbot and increasing football. So I hope I've reassured Councillor Hocking on that point. Thank you.
Given what Councillor Connacht has just said, are we heading towards, do Councillor Patch and Councillor Bradford want to withdraw their amendment, or do they wish to proceed with it?
I would like to first give assurance. I would like to first give assurance that I was not. Certainly, the intention of the proposed amendment was not to constrain officers or constrain debate. I was just talking about giving particular consideration to one option, and so I would still like to put that amendment. I'd just like to point out that I've seen a fellow councillor raising her hand a couple of times. I'm not sure whether Councillor Cook wants to speak.
No.
Raised her hand a couple of times.
Did you call me?
No, I didn't call you. Members saw your hand waving and wondered whether you wanted to speak.
I did actually.
Would you? Well, please do, Councillor Cook.
Speak?
Yes, of course you can,
Thank
Councillor.
you. Well, I came here actually at the beginning of the Second World War when I was 7. And the only place I used to go shopping to was Market Walk. Now, I grew up in Newton Abbot and roundabout, and I always went there. And I think that the Market Walk is the most essential place in Newton Abbot. If you come by car, you go in a car park, you come to Market Walk. If you come on the bus, you get off the bus, wherever the bus stop is, and you come to Market Walk. And I think it would be absolutely fatal to interfere with Market Walk. By all means, having cinema, have another cinema, because I'm great in favour of that. Have a theatre, that would be even better, to have a reasonably priced theatre for people to go to, because it's near a bus stop, and that means that people can go to the theatre and not use their motor car. They can come out of the theatre and go home in the bus. It's good for the environment. But I do think that Market Walk should be preserved. It's the one thing we've got left. I feel very strongly about that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Cook. Indeed.
The question is now put.
Shall I phrase my amendments?
Yes, please.
Okay. What I propose is adding on to that first line of item 6, so after Alexandra Cinema Theatre building, with particular consideration given to the Jeremy Newcombe plan within the future High Street funding. and while retaining the rear Alexandra Theatre wall. So I'm talking about particular, I'm not talking about constraining options and think this has got to be looked at or ruling certain things out. I'm just talking about particular consideration being given to a project that has had a lot of input, a lot of skilled input, technical input, and a lot of thought given to the business plan behind that, rather than particular consideration to chucking it out or maybe opening up to see who else wants to stick their 2 penneth worth in when we've had people knocking on the door for the best part of a year or more trying to put forward viable plans.
That's seconded still by Councillor Bradford. Is that all right, or are you speaking?
Yes, I wanted to make it clear why I was particularly seconding that amendment is because there was nothing in the motion about the wall, and I just wanted it made clear that the wall is not going to be taken down and the theatre is not going to be messed about with like that.
Right, I think it's time to go to vote on the amendment.
Do we not get to speak on the amendment?
Is that right? Correct? Yeah. That's correct. You're right. Yeah. Carry on, Councillor Miller.
Yeah, I just want to say what I support this amendment because the argument against it is going to be, oh, it's going to take all this time. It's going to put the future High Street Fund off. We're going to lose the money. I just want to say I sincerely believe the absolute opposite of that is true. If you go ahead with the plans as they were originally written, the resistance is going to be enormous. There are 45 cultural institutions that are backing the CBS on this. There is the Theatres Trust have expressed willingness to take this to court. It is going to be fought and fought and fought if you try and take that wall down. I think it would be better for everyone if we set in stone now that wall is staying where it is, and then the resistance will be, I don't know if it will die away entirely, but it will become manageable and you can start out afresh. Because without that set in stone, you're not going to get anywhere. Your original plans are not going to get passed, I don't believe. The legal resistance is just going to be too big. Thank you.
So is your amendment then to consider 1 to 5 as being okay, and the amendment is voting, you've altered 6 in effect?
I'm not making an amendment. I'm merely speaking
I'm trying to find out from Councillor Patch and Councillor Bradford that.
Yeah, I would say also to scratch the second line under 6 and the line over the following page, because that doesn't really add to anything. It's just a justification, a fig leaf for the U-turn.
Right, I'll take you, Alan, in a second, Alan. Councillor David Cox has got his hand up.
I'm going to totally disagree with Councillor Connett. I think it should be taken out. I'm happy with the wall bit being. We shouldn't be looking. We should be looking at that as seeing the Alexandra building as a charitable institution. It's a charity. It's a non-exempt. It's an exempt charity. The society. If we were in danger of unforeseen consequences, what if Winners Gym wants to bid for it? If it's within the business side, we've got to take the highest bidder. So I think it should be removed out and put into the charity and deemed to be a charitable sector. It means we can reduce the amount of we require for the lease. They will be exempt from business rates because of their charitable status. I think we're in very great danger of having an unforeseen consequence of losing the Alexandra building under competition rules by taking it out of the future high streets money. We are actually saving it. Better chance of it being done as a charitable organisation than as a business. So I think there's real danger in pursuing this amendment because you could lose the Alexandra building.
The Managing Director wants to come back on an issue you just raised.
Sorry, can I just have clarity about the proposed amendment and the relationship with the Jeremy Newcombe plans? Because we need clarity that the proposed Jeremy Newcombe plans has an impact on the plans for the cinema building. because the cinema and the walkway to the side of it, the proposed extension to the right-hand side of the doorway, a glazed extension, would be into the area which was currently proposed on the plan submitted for the cinema as a walkway through into the Market Walk area. So can I just take clarity that you're still suggesting that you retain the Jeremy Newcombe plans that were submitted earlier in the year? Sorry, not submitted because they weren't submitted for planning, but the plans that were proposed by the group.
I stand by the wording of my amendment. I think that gives further clarity. I talked about giving I stand by the wording of my amendment set out, which talks about giving particular consideration to the Jeremy Newcombe plan within the future high street funding while retaining the Alexandra rear wall. I do note that doesn't give the cast iron satisfaction of agreement that that wall won't come down, as Councillor Malone has stated, but I feel that without constraining officers in the way forward, I guess my wording was as strong as I felt it would be sensible to put the issue.
Councillor Sally Morgan's caught my eye before I come to Councillor Connett.
I would find it really hard to support the amendment without all the information in front of me. I haven't seen Jeremy Newcombe's plans in detail, so I don't know what I'm voting on, so I'm afraid I can't support this amendment.
Because your party didn't want to see it being considered, not on voting for it.
No, let's do it through the chair. I think we're having a very good debate. Let's do it through the chair. Councillor Connett.
Thank you, Chairman. In my introduction to the motion, I said these words, and I'll just recap them. Subject to a further report setting out options for the Alex, I believe it would be possible to focus on the Market Hall as the market and the planned eatery. This would enable the wall between the Alex and the Market Hall to remain. I have signalled as well and as loudly I can the intention would be to retain the Alex as an arts and cultural centre. We've listened. In that regard, I resist the amendment because it too closely defines then the very thing colleagues have said, look, the council wasn't listening. It says we must give special consideration to one particular plan. Actually, what the council may want to do, if it supports this motion, is recognise that the Alex is a separate and distinct unit, that it wants to be an arts and cultural centre, and it wants to invite the best bids and give the community, organisations, groups, the range of them, not just one that might have been set up recently or one that's been around for a while, but the community to come together, the chance for the CIC and others, for example, to use their role as an umbrella organisation to really bring forward the best and to give time to it, Chairman. I think that if members, I don't think, if members support the motion as set out, we really will be on the road to trying to achieve the best of all outcomes, both for the council, for Newton Abbot and for the community, and in particular for those who have a particular interest in arts and cultural endeavour and believe that they can offer something very special to Newton Abbot. Thank you, Chairman.
Right, let's go to the vote on the amendment now, please. What do you want?
I believe, point of order, I believe I should have the opportunity to sum up before the amendment's voted on.
I thought you had, but go on.
Well, we've had other comments made afterwards. Councillor Collett's attempting to sum up my amendment. I'd just like to point out that I'm not talking about constraining possibilities. I'm talking about a particular consideration of the Jeremy Newcombe plan in recognition that it appears that there's a good chance that it might not be looked at, might not be considered, whereas other options in terms of ejecting the Alexandra from the future high street funding might be preferentially considered. So I'm merely laying down a stake with this amendment that we don't want to get to the stage, however many months down the line, and the Jeremy Newcombe plan has not been considered as part of this consultation with the option of retaining that wall. So it's not about constraining options, it's about putting a flag up or a stake in the ground, however you want to phrase it, that this is being considered. A plan which has had an awful lot of time put into it and which would be viable. I'm not saying it's the only plan, I'm saying it merits active consideration.
I think we have to now, as you come back, vote on this. Enough's been said. We've given it a blooming good airing, in my opinion, and some very good debate has taken place. So I think we vote on the amendment now, please. Could we have a show of hands that those that are for the amendment?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
9 for. Those against the amendment?
Lost.
What was the figure? Did you happen to get it?
17.
17 votes. It was lost anyway, to 9 votes. So the amendment has failed. Now we go to the substantial motion here that is outlined before us, plus Councillor Collins's assurances that he's given us. Can we go to the vote, please, on that?
Point of order, we're voting on the motion or the assurances that Councillor Collins has been given.
Well, you're actually voting on the motion at the end of the day, aren't we?
Thank you for that clarity, Chair, because there was some muddiness there, whether we're voting for the motion or voting for the motion plus assurances which would not be on the record.
Well, we're voting on the motion, I'm afraid. We've heard what Councillor Connett has had to say, or I as well. It's a matter of public record. It's being recorded on the video that you can all see. So let's go to the vote, please, on the motion. Those in favour of the motion? It's pretty overwhelming, but those against, I'd like to see, please. Leon, 2. Abstentions? Well, the motion is carried. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed the debate on it, and we finally got there. So we go on to Councillors' questions, which is the last item on the agenda. If you can just have 30 seconds to get with the questions and up in front of us, that would be great.
Chair, can we put on the agenda just before councillor questions in future? It's the opportunity for people to scurry away because they don't want to hear about scrutiny.
I'm dealing, I'm afraid, with what is on the agenda today.
Are these questions always at the end? Can I just ask that, please?
Well, there was an explanation of that in here, which you're coming to in the questions from memory. So that's coming up. So can we move now to the questions, please? We want to be away here before and get some tea because we haven't had much in the way of lunch. So, you know, I'm not going to cut things short by any means because it's not my style, and I like to give everybody their chance. But let's go into questions. And the first question is from Councillor Malone about the hedgehog business. You've seen the reply, Councillor Malone, haven't you, to that? Have you a supplementary question?
I did, and I thank the councillor for reply. Now, I had intended to keep this about hedgehogs, but I saw the sentence, with regards to mitigation for house building, this is being tackled currently via planning conditions and planning enforcement, and also via new policies in our draft local plan. And these words hit me like a lorry on the just widened A380, because it isn't, is it? The biggest house building project you have is NA3, on which this council has consistently kicked the can of any environmental survey down the road. The developers you're selling the land to have asked you quite angrily, as a matter of public record on the website, for a scoping opinion on whether an environmental impact assessment will be necessary, and last we heard that was still unanswered.
Can you tell it into a question, please? I know there's...
It's coming to a question. It's coming to a question.
Thank you.
So we have an area of exceptionally complex diversity and a special area of conservation on which neither you nor any of your colleagues or officers have done any homework that addresses these concerns or engages on any level with the science. Not on hedgehogs, not on the greater horseshoe bat, not on any of the red list species native to Walborough Fen that we expected to be destroyed when this is done. So my supplementary question to ask you is, why are you talking bollocks?
being told that I can't really accept that. I do understand there's a bit of colourful language. I think we'll just pass on that, really. I'm sorry to say it. It's, you know, the wording is too prickly.
I direct you to Chris Searle versus the State, 1974. That word is an acceptable word in the English language.
Okay. Right, I don't know whether anybody's going to answer that as a supplementary question, but I think you'll just have to dream, I think. No, I'm talking about, you can speak.
My question, but I can explain why I'm not going to answer it.
Yes, that would be good.
Yeah, it's a shame because I did have an answer ready, but I'm not going to answer the question framed in that way. Thank you.
On to the next question. The next question is from Councillor Bradford, isn't it, here? And you've seen the answer given, Councillor Bradford. Do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, I do.
Please go ahead.
This is about conservation areas, windows. Bearing in mind the Carbon Action Plan we just voted for, and we have declared a climate emergency, the answer to my question pointed me towards the Historic England website. Historic England, in its conservation area overview, is pretty clear that each local authority must decide for itself which normally permitted development rights may be excised from the General Permitted Development Order 2015 of Town and Country Planning. It is therefore up to this administration to define what gives an area a special character, not any national statute. The UK's 10,000 conservation area range from medieval streets to apartment blocks. It is simply not true to suggest that they are governed by some immutable laws that Teignbridge has to slavishly obey. Can you explain to us how you square the need for zero carbon, for non-leaky housing, for insulated dwellings, for affordable heating for the district's poorer residents, with the hundreds of houses in this district with rotting sash windows that cannot be economically or usefully repaired?
Thank you very much. I have a certain amount of sympathy with that question, living in an old Grade 2 listed building with sort of sash windows. So hopefully Councillor Gary Taylor, will provide an answer to this question of whether there's any light at the end of the tunnel.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the supplementary question, Councillor Bradford. As you've seen in the response, it's not something that we can compromise on within conservation areas or with regard to listed buildings. I own an old house myself, and I've just replaced some bad plastic windows with small plastic windows, despite it being 100 years old, and I'm grateful that I don't live in a conservation area from that point of view. It does seem to me that legislation really should be moving towards a balance in sustainability. In terms of the plastic windows, they are not at all environmentally friendly. When they do need replacing, we have to consider how they're disposed of. And yes, it is much more expensive to fit timber windows, and when budgets don't allow, it does mean that you're often put in a position where you have to retain those windows or to repair them. So I can only offer my sympathy, but I can't offer a solution. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that answer. Now we go into Councillor McGregor's question and the response that was given to him. Sorry? The chair's not here, yeah. So, Councillor McGregor, do you have a supplementary question?
I do. However, would it be possible for that supplementary to be carried over to when the chair is here to answer the supplementary question?
Well, that absolves me of a bit of responsibility, so I should say most certainly yes.
Can you check with Democratic Services, because they have a tendency to disallow questions that have been asked already?
Are you able to answer that in Democratic Services? We defer it till the chairman's back in place. Yes.
Thank you.
I think so. So allowed.
Next one's from me as well, I think, so might as well just leave it here. Thank you very much for the response, Councillor Wrigley. It is slightly disappointing because the discussions about naming the building happened long before the work actually commenced on both sides. And it is disappointing that we didn't, as a council, take an opportunity to inject a little bit of diversity and inclusion into the naming of the two properties at Drake Road and East Street. And whilst I recognise that you do say that time constraints, you know, and it's a well house to reflect the historic well, perhaps there was an opportunity to recognise, you know, BAME, you know, contributors to Devon, and particularly not Newton Abbot, or you know, the first member of the bar who was female, perhaps, and I think that's an opportunity missed. Can we make sure in future that we do make every attempt to be a bit more inclusive and diverse?
So Wrigley's going to answer your supplementary.
I agree. I'd welcome a standing list of names that we can select from in future.
Thank you very much. So, Councillor McGregor, on to your next one. Our microphone's not on. Councillor McGregor, on to your next question, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your response, Gary. It was just really to ask about a commitment. I don't think really that's it was just really to ask whether or not the executive will maintain its commitment to the Teignbridge Trail. It's a simple yes or no answer.
Thank you very much. I can confirm that we do remain entirely committed to the Teignbridge Trail. I'd love to see it built as soon as possible. There's a number of steps to go through, which is why funding hasn't been allocated to that at this point in time because of the end dates and the funding timeline drawdowns. So yes is the answer.
Wherever are we next with this next question? It's Councillor McGregor again.
Surprise! No, no, I don't have a response. I think from the perspective of the previous answer to my supplementary, I think that's been answered as well.
Right. So where are we now? Over the page?
No, it's a question from me, I think.
Right, okay. Where are we in it? I'm almost losing it. We're there, are we? Exactly, right? Yeah. This is the question from you last October, November 2021, right? Group, and the group count, why was it disabled? Yes. Who took this decision? You got a response from the leader, and
no, I don't think there's a supplementary other than just to note that the coalition clearly were consulted, but nobody else.
Right. Okay.
The next question. I note that the leader says that there were no complaints, but can he detail how in depth his investigation of the lack of complaints was, please?
I can't detail how in-depth the lack of complaints was, because if there were no complaints, I can't investigate them.
Yeah.
Well, okay. Well, my supplementary question to 3, why was this not announced formally with an explanation? And when will it be stored? I'll do that as one. One of the reasons why if there were no complaints, there was no complaints either way, is effectively what you're saying. So, from my perspective, when will it be restored?
Chairman, I think Councillor McGregor said there had been a lack of complaints, and why hadn't they been investigated? And I was saying you can't investigate complaints you haven't received. So I'm now moving on to the next point, which is why wasn't it announced formally, and it was, and Councillor McGregor has referred to the members' newsletter number 113 of the 9th of December.
Point of order, Chair.
Go for it, then.
Point of order. If we're going to get answers, we want accurate answers. The question was, why wasn't it announced in advance of the change? The change happened on the 6th The announcement came out on the 9th in the members' newsletter. I emailed the managing director on the 9th and asked him why it hadn't been announced in advance of the actual thing. I haven't actually had a response to that, surprisingly enough. But I'm sure, you know, I'm not upset with the managing director for that. He's got a very full plate. I do understand that, and it did come out in the members' newsletter. But let's stop with the sophistry and answer the questions accurately. Let's stop answering questions you think have been answered and answer the question.
Chairman, I can't help if Councillor McGregor misspoke or if I misheard the question, but I provided the answer to the question I understood. With regard to the timing between the group mail being turned off and the members' newsletter, as all members will know, the members' newsletter is the primary source of information for which the Council seeks weekly to update and inform councillors. And I understand that was the next available newsletter for members to receive it. Thank you.
Well, that's the answer we've got, I'm afraid. Okay, well, that must be up to you. The next one is from Councillor Hook. That's right. Okay, so he's not able to ask a supplementary. Okay, so it's now a question from Councillor Malone.
Thank you once again. Yeah, thank you, portfolio holder Gary, for your answer. Oh, sorry, it was you. Sorry, I thought it came from Gary. Housing, fair enough.
Point of order, Chairman. Could I just suggest that, as this is being recorded and it will be for members of the public, can we use proper pronouns, councillor so-and-so, rather than first names? Because people may be listening in and they don't know who they are.
Yes, good point.
Thank you, Councillor Sylvia. So I suppose my supplementary is, I don't know, why is your tone one of sorrow and empathy, nice though that is, rather than, I don't know, anger and admonition? Because I think one thing you could do, if you were so minded, is to stand up and say on behalf of these people who've lost thousands of pounds, who now find themselves without an address, who have to find, in some cases, new schools for their kids, you know, it isn't fair. Because they might not then feel so alone in this struggle. And you could say, in public and on record, to Belfield Homes and to Complete Estate Agents and to anyone else involved, you know, we can't force you to do this or that or the other, but we do simply expect you and we ask of you to do better by the people we serve in the community where you do business. So as a supplementary, I would ask, you know, I accept you have limited powers over developers and businesses, but why do we have to tiptoe around them so much? Why are we so terrified of offending them, to the point, I might add, of persecuting our own members when we dare to criticise them?
Councillor Martin Wrigley will answer the supplementary as best he can.
I'm certainly not afraid of them. I'm certainly happy to stand up to them. I didn't have the details of the particular cases that you're talking about. I'm happy to go and shout at them, although it will do no good whatsoever. But I'm happy to do that, and I will always defend residents.
Next question from Councillor Bradford. Okay, and you've seen the response here from. Could we have you got a supplementary on that one?
No, thank you, Chair. I don't have a supplementary question at this time.
Thank you for telling us that. So the next question is from Councillor McGregor. Do you have a supplementary?
Thank you, Chair. On the first one, no. Yeah. On the second one, yes. The second one was a tender for self-built homes aimed at maximising the number to be built. The response I received said that Appendix 4 of the committee report included a number of homes to be built. Well, actually, it didn't include the number. It included a range of numbers of houses to be built. And at the time of the discussion, when it came to the executive, I was keen that we maximise the number of houses built because some of these were to be social housing. And it was just to really establish whether or not we were pushing for maximising the number to be built. So if we could get clarity on maximising the number rather than going for the lowest, because the report that came reduced the minimum from 15 to 10 which gives us a general sense of direction in terms of the development and the plans for it. And I would like the commitment to be that we are going for a higher number than 10, as many as 20 if possible.
Councillor Gary Taylor is going to respond.
Thank you very much for the question. Certainly, it would be our wish that as many come forward as possible. This application is 17022166, which was approved on the 21st of June 2019, and it was for up to 20 custom-built dwellings. It's a particularly prominent site. It's got a design code within the list of documents that are provided. There are a lot of things that would make it difficult to maintain the number of homes that we'd originally wished to have on the site. There are back corridors. There are a lot of conditions required with regard to how the appearance of the buildings, which are to be taken as a rural farmstead. So I'm sure that the designers of the scheme will want to take all of everything into account and to maximise the number of homes that are built on the site. The more homes they can build on the site, the more profit they're likely to make. But at the end of the day, we will have to see how it all pans out in the mix of planning considerations. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary.
The question is from Councillor Patch. Do you have a supplementary question?
Thank you, Chair. I do. I'd just say I'm a little disappointed to be only having a supplementary question to one of the 4 questions I submitted, and being referred to freedom of information requests for other questions, including the £20,000 question as to what happened to account for the £20,000 of lost taxpayers' money regarding some sort of failure of the planning department here. But still, that question is available elsewhere. So with regard to this question, I'd like to pose supplementary questions for parts A and part C of my question. Part A, I know this is actually a request from the Vice Chair yourself, so perhaps, and I do hesitate in that case posing this question, but I'd like to know why the response misrepresents the constitution of this council in saying that there was a 5 p.m. deadline for the substitution of, for the registering of support for my motions. And looking at 4.7.3, questions requiring notice actually does suggest a 5 p.m. or not suggest, it points out a 5 p.m. deadline for the reception of those questions, whereas 4.9, motions on notice, gives no such deadline. It does not mention a 5 p.m. deadline. It talks about the days. And indeed, past practice for submission of motions, support has been allowed up until the close of that day. So I'm a little bemused as to why this constitution has been misrepresented.
Well, you've seen the answers given. I'm only in the Vice Chair. You've made your point, and I think that's the answer to the question.
Well, I made my question. I've received some words. I haven't received an answer to the question, but I will move on, Chair. Part C, this again relates to the rejection of my motions of no confidence in the leader of the council and the chair of the Standards Committee. From one fellow scholar in terms of discourse analysis to another, I'd like to ask, given that they were rejected for inappropriate and inflammatory language, can you please share with me what definition of inflammatory you're using and which language in each of my motions you consider inflammatory? Because I might consider an accusation of inflammatory language to be defamatory language.
Well, we saw what you submitted, and that was the ruling at the end of the day. So I think it's something that you're just going to have to beg to differ with. You think differently, other people think differently, and I think we have to park it there, I'm afraid.
Okay, I do know. I did look up the definition of inflammatory, and they seem to be talking about inciting anger. I think it's no bad thing when people do get angry about certain things happening. And I'd like to sort of end by briefly quoting from the character from Network, Albert Finney character, I believe, who said, I quote, "I'm mad as hell and I'm not going to take it anymore."
Anyway, members,
Councillor Sheila has received that message.
That really concludes the meeting. Thank you, everybody, for your diligence and your input today. We finally closed the meeting at 2:47. Thank you all for attending and hearing everybody, and we can go home now. Thank you so much. Meeting closed.